Good morning, everyone. Let's call to order the Indiana Board of Veterinary Medicine quarterly meeting for today. First thing on our agenda is to establish quorum. We do have 6 out of 7 members here. Natalie Goodwin will be here, but she is a little bit delayed, but she will be joining us shortly. The next thing on our amended agenda is to adopt that agenda. I trust everyone has had a chance to look at the agenda, and I would entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Excellent. The agenda has been adopted. Similarly, we've all received the minutes from the July 24th, 25 meeting, and hopefully everyone has had a chance to look at those. Do I hear any additions or corrections to those minutes? Hearing none, again, I would accept a motion to accept those minutes.
Make that motion and we accept the minutes of the last meeting.
Thank you, Paul.
Second.
And I have a second as well. Thanks. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, excellent. The minutes have been adopted and accepted. To the official court reporter. You are standing, excellent. And we'll swear you in. Raise your right hand, which you have done. State your name. You solemnly swear that you will keep complete and true notes of all that transpires in this hearing and prepare a complete transcript thereof from your notes and faithfully perform all duties imposed upon you as an official reporter under the laws of the state of Indiana. That was a mouthful. Thank you. Excellent. We need to open the public hearing regarding fees, fines, civil penalties, and continuing education through the proposed rules LSA number 25-432.
This proposed rulemaking affects rule number 3 and 10. Rule number 3 regarding fees, fines, and civil penalties. We have modified the existing fee structure and added different fees for the lapsed licenses to modernize it and correct an error in there with previously. And we have also created a baseline for fines imposed as disciplinary sanctions and adding mitigating and aggravating factors that the board would consider during a hearing for damages or for sanctions. We've also added a rule establishing a baseline for the previously unenumerated civil penalties under sections 5 and 6 of Indiana Code 25-1-4. And that also adds mitigating and aggravating factors for the board to consider. For Rule 10, continuing education requirements and reporting have been modified to clarify and modernize the requirements for the reporting and for continuing education programming. And we've also added a section for continuing education audit, continuing education audit to make that process more transparent for licensees. And we did receive one comment on Rule 10, and that was from the Indiana Veterinary Technician Association. The board has that in their SharePoint packet. But just briefly, the ITVA had a concern over the use of the term manner related to continuing education programs. They thought that that term was ambiguous. And then they also expressed concern about the absence of procedural safeguards with respect to continuing education program delivery. Specifically, they were concerned that there wouldn't be any type of rulemaking or public comment period with respect to program delivery. As for the first comment on the term manner, I mean, we're just asking to provide the form of application really for providing the affidavit for license renewal and affirming that they've done their continuing education. And then for the absence of procedural safeguards, rulemaking is required by statute to change anything. And so that's an issue.
Okay. The floor is open for any public comment at this point. Come on up.
Good morning.
Good morning, Lisa.
My name is Lisa Furious, and I'm the Executive Director of the Indiana Veterinary Medical Association. The IVMA represents over 1,400 veterinarians in Indiana. I appreciate the opportunity on their behalf to provide testimony regarding the proposed rule updates for veterinarians and veterinary technicians under 888 IAC 1.1-10. The IVMA is supportive of these updated and revised administrative rules. The rules relating to continuing education for veterinarians and registered veterinary technicians in Indiana haven't been updated since the late 1990s. As you all know, times change and veterinary medicine evolves. The IVMA is supportive of the inclusion of these particular points. Recognition of multiple CE delivery methods, allowing veterinarians and registered veterinary technicians to earn credit from in-person, online, or hybrid programs, regardless of interactivity. This reflects the realities of modern professional development and increases accessibility for rural and small practice professionals. Credit for teaching and authorship, acknowledging that sharing knowledge and contributing to veterinary literature also enhances professional growth and benefits for the broader community. Recognition of internships, residencies, and advanced training, ensuring that early career veterinarians and registered veterinary technicians who are pursuing structured experiential learning can apply that work toward their CE requirements. These provisions demonstrate a fair and comprehensive approach, in our opinion, that values a variety of legitimate professional development pathways. In summary, these proposed rules represent a well-balanced modernization of Indiana's veterinary continuing education framework. They maintain rigor, promote flexibility, recognize diverse educational contributions, and uphold public protection. The IVMA respectfully urges you to pass these proposed rules. Thank you for your commitment to advancing the standards of veterinary medicine in Indiana.
Thank you, Lisa. From the floor or online, do we have any other people to come forward or to speak on this regard? Hearing, seeing none, I think we can close this public hearing and move forward with a potential vote for adoption of these rule changes. I would entertain a motion to adopt these changes before us.
I'll make that motion that we accept the proposed rule changes for Rule 3 and 10.
I'll second. Okay, we have a second to that motion. I think we should probably have a roll call for this vote. So let's do that. Paul Clemente. Aye. John Schneider. Aye. Stephen Sunbury.
Aye.
Natalie Goodwin.
Aye.
Ashley Selke.
Aye.
Kelly Thielman.
Aye.
And myself, Jerry Rodenbarger. Aye. Passes. Okay. Moving on. We are at personal appearances. Is Ian here?
These are outside.
Okay. Need just a minute to try to find these individuals. response of that kind.
Okay. We can move on to the next one, and then if
We show, we'll come back.
he comes up, then back.
Sure.
She's here now. Dawn.
Oh, that, okay.
Brittany, I do not record personal appearances, correct? Correct. Okay.
Okay. Dr. Woodall is not with us right now at this point, so we are going to table any discussion with him. If he does appear, we will come back to him. We will move on. And I think Dawn is with us. Is that correct? Hi, you want to come up front
Okay.
or to the rear, whichever that is, and have a seat, please, and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak.
You bet. You okay with your coat on? You're welcome to take that off and stay a while if you want to.
I've been wandering around outside trying to figure out how to get in.
You know,
Oh, yes, I did that.
it is a bit of a challenge, so that's okay.
Getting,
Discovering, that's why it's Discovery Hall, discovering how to get in is probably where that came from, so. All right. Anyway, why don't you, please, we've all had a chance to get some background in terms of why you're here, but why don't you kind of fill us in on what all's transpired and gotten you to where we are today? If you don't
Okay.
mind, that would be great, and then we'll probably have questions for you.
okay.
All right?
My name is Dawn Gow. I've been a licensed veterinarian for almost 25 years in various states. Most of my time I've spent doing lab animal medicine. I worked for a facility called Invigo in Virginia, and they had some problems. The USDA inspections weren't going well, and they ended up getting shut down. They hired an undercover investigator from PETA, and shortly after she left, the USDA started coming in, and they were eventually shut down by the federal government. It's been 3 years since they were shut down, and I knew the federal government had investigated me as well as other people that worked there. And PETA filed a complaint with the Virginia Board of Veterinary Medicine about my license, and the Virginia Board of Veterinary Medicine decided not to pursue it. The federal government decided not to pursue me, but the state of Virginia has charged me with 17 misdemeanor counts of animal cruelty.
Related back to 2022.
2022.
Okay.
I brought the charges themselves, they all pretty look the same, and they're very vague. I can't give these to you. My lawyer has asked me to be very careful with what I share. I don't quite understand why. Attorney-client privilege, he's asked me to try and maintain, but
Can you just in a superficial way kind of classify each of those
Well,
17?
yeah.
I mean, you don't
he
have, not all of them, but basically
They all
said
say
they're
the
all
same
kind of
thing.
the same thing. So what did
They
they
all
say?
say the same thing, different dates. And this one particular says on October 22nd, Dawn Marie Gow did unlawfully override, overdrive, overload, ill-treat, or abandon any animal, whether belonging to himself or another. It's basically the legislation. Or did deprive any animal of necessary food, drink, shelter, or emergency veterinary treatment in violation of section 3.26570. So that's pretty broad. So my attorney asked her to clarify. And this, I don't care if you guys pass, the attorney said we could share it. But we asked her to tell us more. Basically, she's saying that I failed to treat some animals. I do have medical records showing I was treating those animals. Maybe she didn't like the way I treated them. She's not a veterinarian. We still are waiting for discovery to get my medical records and stuff to show that I was treating these animals. She did say in one of them, that she didn't like the way I treated them, she said. I directed the treatment of mastitis and infection of the mammaries by use of DMSO, an improper and dangerous drug that led to necrotic glands and infections. I did ask them to use DMSO. This was a dog breeding facility. I did ask the techs to use it topically, just for 3 days, once a day, small amount. A lot of the mammary tissue I felt was inflamed before it got infected, and I felt like the DMS helped. What she failed to mention is the dog was also on Baytril sub-Q fluids and meloxicam. So this more describes what she thinks I did a little better. And the lawyer said you could have that. This I stole from the company before I left. It's my email, but you're not supposed to take company stuff when you leave. It's a complaint I made to my boss before the USDA inspections even started. I was complaining about long nails, dental disease, various things. I was one doctor, no veterinary technicians, no one reported to me, and there were over 5,000 dogs. So I complained that the techs weren't trimming the nails. I had ordered many dental cleanings, and they weren't doing them. I had written SOPs, said they needed to do dental cleanings because the last charges on there, 9 through 17, were animals that needed dental cleanings plus extractions. The charges are after I left the company. I left in mid-April and the charges are May. I do agree the dental disease is chronic.
Mid-April of 22.
22.
So you
I left
were
before
gone before
they shut down.
PETA came in?
No, PETA was there, but it was before they got shut down.
Okay. And so if I'm understanding you correctly, in this facility, you were the only veterinarian and you had assistants, I guess I would say, but no veterinary technicians, and I'm using assistants loosely in calling them that. And it was your charge to care for over 4,000 dogs.
Over 5,000.
Whatever. Yeah, I think I
It
looked up
changed.
that they rescued 4,000
Yeah.
dogs when they came in, more or less. So that workload seems like a lot to me. Quick question. With those conditions, why did you stay?
That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. It's not against the law to stay, but I thought things would get better because, first of all, I had a new boss and new management come in when Envigo bought them. And my new boss seemed like he really would improve things and hire more people. I liked where I lived. I had friends there, and lab animal jobs, you might have to move to find another one. I had quit a job once before because they asked me to lie to a USDA inspector. And I was without a job for a year and became very depressed. So I wanted to hang around and see if it could get better. I did make some improvements, and I wanted to keep trying to do that. But when the USDA came in and they still didn't improve, sometimes lab animal vets like it when the USDA find things because it's a chance to improve. When they still didn't improve, I left.
Now, can you speak briefly on the other charge with regard to the pollution of the water source?
I don't know anything about it. I had no idea.
Okay,
It doesn't affect me. I'm only being charged with these.
understand. Just that
I didn't know.
that was
anything.
also going on at
Yeah.
the same time, apparently.
Yeah, and I had no idea.
Okay. You are employed now? Is that correct?
No, I was working for pet wellness clinics.
From
And
when till when?
from July 24 to July 25, when this happened.
And what were your duties there?
Small animal plus a few exotics, medicine and
And you were
surgery.
practicing as a veterinarian?
Yes,
I'm a little confused because our notes showed that your Virginia license expired in 12 of 22.
yeah, I left there in 22 and it expired at the end of that year and I let it expire.
And where is the pet wellness clinic?
It's in Ingalls.
It's where?
Ingalls,
Where's that?
Ingalls, Indiana.
Oh, okay.
I went to
And-
LabCorp.
Do you have licensure here?
Yes,
But you need to renew.
yes,
That's where I was confused.
that's all right.
I wasn't sure whether you were practicing in
No.
Virginia without a license or just
No,
what.
I
So
moved
apologize,
to,
didn't know that.
I came here and worked for LabCorp. And when Envigo started hitting the press a lot, they let me go. They gave me 6 months severance and I have good reviews from them. I was a lab animal vet there. I went to Pet Wellness Clinic and when I got arrested,
Okay.
the board
So
let me go.
you have criminal charges pending right now, is that correct?
The charges are there, but I've not been convicted.
No, I
I
understand that.
go for arraignment on December 4th, where I say guilty or not guilty.
Okay. Often, when we have things like this, if there are criminal charges pending, we like to see those finalized and taken care of before we act on licensure. Before I say anything further to that, I would love to have the board ask questions or maybe respond to that thought. If we can give you a chance to catch a breath, and I'll see if I can get some commentary from the board.
And I do have, Dr. Lisa Eller, my boss at Pet Wellness, is willing to give me a good
Great.
reference.
Awesome. Board, thoughts?
I think, and Brittany and Clarence can clarify, I think, is there a mechanism by which we can allow renewal of the license, but pending revisiting the situation after the criminal charges are settled?
So right now, I think that you can either renew and ask her to come back for personal appearance, or you can renew and rely on her to answer if she's convicted at the renewal in 2027. And then if she is convicted, we can bring her back then. I don't think that putting her on probation now would be appropriate because she hasn't been convicted of anything.
Because we would have to put her on probation.
And she would have to agree to it.
There's no other mechanism.
I thought that we were able to continue practicing until the legal, taken care of.
She was convicted of something like that. Would the Attorney General's office be notified here? Like, would there be a?
Maybe.
Yeah, it's pretty definitive.
The only thing set in stone would be the next relicensure, correct?
Or you can ask her to come back for a personal appearance in July and see if anything's moved on it. Because you have the right to call anyone for a personal appearance.
But we can allow her to continue to practice, renew the license pending that appearance in July. That's what I was kind of.
Yeah, you definitely can renew it. I don't know if you could even deny it at this point, considering the circumstances. And it's not necessarily a conviction that you would be able to outright suspend or revoke without a hearing.
I think
Right, Clarence?
Yeah, my recommendation today was to issue free and clear because the AG can bring charges if she's convicted.
think the fact that Virginia took no action gives credibility to us allowing her to continue to practice under the current license. I think we have to trust the good folks in Virginia and their judgment.
Agreed. John, comments?
No, I agree with. I mean, it sort of goes what we did before, it's allow to continue practicing until, the legal stuff. But I do think she needs to come back in July and find out. That time we will know what she's been charged with specifically.
If she's been convicted.
Huh?
We know the charges, we just
Well, I
don't know
mean,
whether she's been
what's
convicted.
gonna happen, yeah.
Hopefully that's not a super imposition for you to come back and chat with us,
I
keep
would
us
just be
abreast of what's
grateful.
going on.
To have a license. I will come back anytime you want. It's moving very slowly. Right to a speedy trial is not exactly what I thought it was. So it's taking a while. I would be very grateful to have a license.
Well, I think it's the consensus of this board that your license be renewed.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
Just a quick question on the July coming back. It's not moving quickly to this point. Do we set an actual come back in July and give us an update, or can we ask that she comes back once that has been finalized?
If she has to come back twice, I would say come back in July and give us an update.
Could she join virtually? in
Yes,
July and give us
That's
an
what,
update?
that was gonna be my
Yeah, we know that would
recommendation.
I'd like to have something.
How far is Ingalls?
Ingalls? I live in Greenfield, but Ingalls is near Pendleton. Do you know where that is?
yeah,
Well,
that's,
It's right up 69.
Thank you.
Dr. Clemente probably drives by.
So it's very expensive. This is very expensive, the attorney and everything. I might have to take a plea rather than go to trial. I don't know, because we don't even have all of discovery yet. It's very early. If I take a plea, or if I'm somehow convicted ahead of time, I will. Before July, I will contact you.
okay. Anything else from anybody? Good luck and thanks for coming to see us.
Thank
I
you.
Think we do we? Or
Do
do
we
we?
have to take any action?
I didn't think these required that.
No, I don't. I
Um,
wasn't sure.
If y'all want to vote, we can do
We just like voting. We're very democratic.
that. Ashley, are you for this?
Yes, I also like to defer to the veterinarians in the room too when it's a veterinarian license on the line. So, but I listen and I agree with you all.
All right. Let's just for everybody's comfort do all in favor signify by saying aye. This is for the license to be renewed. Do we have any opposed votes? None. Have a great day.
Thank you so much.
Don't forget your coat.
Once I get out there, I like it though. I like the blistery weather.
Your license has been renewed, it's active, and your CSR will be renewed soon.
Don't I need to file for the control drug to be renewed now that I have this one?
Oh, did you not do it?
It says wait until you get your license renewed before you can file for the CSR. So I'll take care of it.
Well, your license is.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So that's, so that.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
You bet.
They would be like, okay. That's where.
Okay.
She has to have a license.
Quick question, is Dr. Ian Woodall with us either virtually or in the room before we move on? Does not appear to be the case.
He doesn't show, what do we?
I don't know what we do if he doesn't show.
What it did within that like 180 day.
120, yeah,
120.
so I have to come back in January.
Within that Or we can deny them, renew them.
So you can either deny him now for failing to appear, or we can ask him to come back in January. If he doesn't appear in January, then my recommendation is deny him.
But I would recommend we bump to January for
Okay.
starters.
Because he's practicing on, I read it, a right to, like, while we, valid to practice while reviewed. So does that have any kind of stipulations on it? Like the longer it takes, it's just the action of his license,
He has 120 days,
120 days, okay.
which is February 12th or something like that.
Okay, so we have a meeting.
Is everybody in agreement on that?
I would say deny. If you don't show up. But that's just me.
Brittany, you had no communication, I guess, as far as.
I emailed him, told him he was required to appear, and he
Yeah,
didn't respond.
It's got emails that we reached out to him.
I mean, since then, like if he said, hey, something like that, no.
No, he hasn't reached
Oh,
out.
I'm talking about a different one, never mind. But
She's on-
if they don't show up.
she's on the- she's on a different case.
Oh, no, yeah.
Okay, well, that changes things a
It's kind
little.
of scary when I'm with it on the computer and she's not.
Well, you're a pretty
I was moving to the next
high
one.
IT guy anyway, so.
Taught me everything you know.
All right, everyone else on the
So
board,
this
thoughts
was-
on what we want to do with Ian?
This was
Convicted of reckless driving.
reckless driving.
Right.
But I can't recall, was the criminal aspect of this satisfied?
I don't know.
I don't think
I
he
don't-
said that.
He didn't provide any additional, or whatever he provided didn't answer that question.
Yeah, this was sleeping at a stop sign, but initially it was a DUI, and it looked like there were two of them 3 days apart. I was a little confused by that.
They dropped one,
They dropped the DUI charge.
they dropped
Right.
one count the first time and then they dropped it down again.
But if you're .08, you were drinking, but you're just at the limit or something, because it said that's where his number was. So, and it was early morning, so the night before, and
I know.
I don't, I'm,
And that was that number is in the charge, but we don't have an actual blood alcohol content result, correct?
Yeah, I mean,
well,
that's-
we've got is his word on what that was. We don't have any
We don't have- yeah, I
actual
mean,
paperwork
For either side.
It just said that
That's the charge.
the DUI charge was made, then it was dropped. Yeah. And then they kept the reckless driving charge. But
So-
we don't know if anything.
The whole thing's a little odd. I mean,
Hey, if he was asleep at the stop sign, that's not driving.
So with the 2 different days, were there 2 violations, like 2 DUIs, they just dropped one, or they dropped the DUI?
They numbered down.
We need to see.
That's just what's confusing.
That's why I called him in for personal appearance.
We need to see.
Yeah, but we-
Too many, there's
Oh.
too-
Technically
well,
don't make decisions.
I mean, how long can you be asleep at a stop sign before somebody honks at you? I want you to move ahead. I mean,
And on the
long
town.
enough for the police to come. It's just a little odd.
We
A lot
got
of
no
questions.
response back.
These are the things I go home and ask my police officer husband. I'm like, what do you do when this happens?
Looks like it's mainly a horse that Kentucky.
You can get a DUI on a bicycle.
We're asking him to come back in January.
Well, we asked him to come this time and he didn't. So unless we deny his license, he may just blow us off.
Coast on
Right.
route.
I mean,
I'm not opposed to that.
My argument was the same, if you're not, it's just with somebody
well,
doesn't
you know,
show
it's
up
here, and we got
to
no-
deny.
And we had no communication as to why, you know, there was a reason we should have had communication as to why.
Further
He might be in
conversation.
jail, but you can always
We can
reapply
easily
for-
look up inventory. Okay.
Still not gonna be here if he's in jail.
Okay.
It's
If
a better
we want,
reason.
if we want record of our opinion on this, I'm gonna do a roll call on opinion, or at least ask for a motion on this from someone to deny his license at this point.
So we don't wanna just wait till the next one.
Well, that's not the feel I was getting from the group is all. So that's fine if that's what everyone wants to do.
I was open to waiting for one additional chance because it's still within the statute. Technically, I mean, they missed this appearance, but a rule hasn't actually been filed, and the charges are not veterinary medicine related, so I'm not necessarily concerned about that.
That's- That's what we usually do in the past.
Well, that's where I was initially, but it seemed like there was a lot of thought of going the other way, so.
There was just so much lack of what's going on, and then the lack of response when we're reaching out. Like I say, deny, and then that gets you to come in and fix it. But that's just, I'll do it that way, so that's the way I'll do it.
Another option would be to renew and then follow up complaint with the AG, board, ask the AG to look into it, then that puts more work on the attorney general. That's another option.
The only communication we've had is via email.
From him, the only thing we've had is his renewal application indicating the the arrest. I emailed him that he was required to appear and he had not emailed me back or called me or anything.
Did we send mail?
But if he renewed,
I agree with that.
then that email was working, he's checking it, and that was just, we're talking renewal like a couple days ago, right?
He renewed earlier in the cycle, but for this period, yeah. And it would have come from my email, not like a listserv email that may get filtered out.
Was that conversation the ending of that he may not have gotten it, or
No.
he would have gotten it?
He would have, like it came directly from my email, not a big listserv that maybe got thrown in email or something.
Can we send him a little certified letter like we did?
If you want, I mean, I can, if you want to, I can do that.
But we need to come to consensus on this.
I think we need teeth.
Yes,
Oh,
we're all here from all over the state.
So next time,
There is
you
only
can't-
one
there's
next
only
time,
one next
because
time.
then it's not within we're just still working within statute, which is 120 days, was my only thing, which was like, then if it hasn't been resolved, we can take whatever steps necessary, but.
So the board has 120 days after the expiration period, which would have been October 16th, the day after the renewal is required, to either deny or renew the license, or renew it like on probation or whatever. And that deadline that runs in February.
So by taking no action today,
He's valid to practice.
he's valid in practice. It's not like we have said, oh, well, we're gonna go ahead and renew it, and then we'll see later. We're still in this gray area that we've got a little more time. Because I don't want to do a positive, yep, we're renewing it, but if we can just stay in that 120-day time span, I'm with you.
Then can we send?
We don't have to be
We always send
unanimous either, we
something
can
that
vote and
has-
see where it goes.
That has something more than just January. This is gonna be what's happened, if you.
So typically,
or
let me-
respond.
let me pull it up. Typically, in my email, it says your license will not be renewed until you appear board.
Then it looks like he mainly practices in Kentucky, and according to my notes, his license is active and good standing there, so we'd be taking
Right.
harder action than Kentucky has.
Well, but that assumes that Kentucky knows.
Well, yeah, the reason we know is that
Does it
he
say?
was
reported it.
applying
I
for
can't remember,
license,
when was the Kentucky renewal?
not till next year, I think.
I think he was a ways off from renewal, in Kentucky, so they may not be aware of it.
Correct.
Your email says failure to appear may result in the denial of your renewal application. May.
This happened in April of 2024. On a reckless driving charge, so you would assume
He's not in prison.
that's been taken care of by now. You would think.
His license is good till 11 of 26.
Yeah.
In Kentucky.
In Kentucky, and as Brittany said, they may not even be aware. Because he didn't have. to
He hasn't had to report that to them yet.
Yes, correct. I'm assuming when this happened in August of 2024, if the renewal in Kentucky is November, if they're every 2 years like us, this would have happened right before his renewal in Kentucky.
My question is more just procedural, and I know we went through this when we had to levy fines, and Brittany, I think that was actually before you. So. But do we have a standard operating procedure of communication? To me, sending one email.
Personal appearances, I only do emails, and based off of the year and a half that the board's been here, that seemed to be the procedure for personal appearances.
And it's generally been effective because most everybody shows up. Okay, well, here we are
I would
needing to
propose
decide. I'll take a motion.
tabling this till the next meeting and requesting an additional personal appearance and then deciding to take action at that point. But that's what I would propose.
We place that in the form of a motion. I need a second
It's
before we can act on
120
it.
days up.
In
February, we'll have a meeting before that.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Will we reach out to him one more time to request it at the next hearing then, or the
Yeah.
next board meeting?
I can even send a paper letter.
I just.
The US Postal Service.
All right, let's do a roll
My
call
email
on
is
that.
not tied to my professional life, but like, I miss emails.
Do I need to
No,
come in?
I don't have just like that, but.
I'll just send a letter.
Paul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Steve?
Aye.
Natalie?
I,
Ashley?
Aye.
Kelly?
Aye.
And myself, Jerry? Aye.
Who
That's
seconded
what we'll
that?
do.
Did you second it?
shoot,
Who seconded?
They equal. We did it at the same time, so whoever wants it.
It's a,
It's been second and third.
All right. Well, that was challenging. Let's move forward. Under personal appearances, we do have Timothy Fleck, DVM. However, we also have Dr. Fleck scheduled for an administrative hearing. It makes sense to move straight to the administrative hearing. And so that's what our plan is at this point. So if you all would like to come up and have a seat, that would be great.
So the personal appearance for Dr. Fleck is tabled.
Correct. We're tabling the personal appearance and moving to the administrative hearing.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Dave Coots. I'm an attorney with the firm of Coots, Inky and Wheeler.
Let's go ahead and get this opened up first. If you don't mind, go ahead and have a seat. Thank you. This is an administrative hearing being held on October 23rd, 2025 at 1202 East 38th Street, Discovery Hall, Suite 100, Indianapolis, Indiana, 46205, and electronically through Microsoft Teams at 9:45 a.m. local time. This hearing is being conducted pursuant to the laws of the state of Indiana found in Indiana Code 4-21.5 before 7 members of the Indiana Board of Veterinary Medicine in a cause docketed as administrative cause number 2024 BB 0013. The notice of time and place of this hearing was emailed to council for the respondent as provided by law on September 9th, 2025. The purpose of this hearing is to consider the joint stipulations filed on September 22nd, 2025. My name is Jerry Rodenbarger, and I am serving as hearing officer for this board. The following members of the board are sitting with me on this hearing. Paul Clemente, DVM, Stephen Sunbury, DVM, John Schneider, DVM, Kelly Peelman, DVM, Ashley Selke, RVT, and Natalie Goodwin, consumer member. At this time, I will request that any board member who feels that he or she cannot give this individual a fair hearing and render an impartial decision to remove himself or herself from this hearing. The board may move for notice of proposed default and vote on the motion. I would remind our court reporter that we are, may I have appearance of counsel, please?
Yes, my
Now's your
name,
chance.
Wait,
Did I do something wrong? That's down here.
oh, okay, sorry.
No, I have not, but I will. I'm sorry, go ahead.
my name is Dave Coots, C-O-O-T-S. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Coots, Inky and Wheeler. We're located at 255 East Carmel Drive in Carmel. I'm here today representing Dr. Tim Fleck.
Thank you very much.
J.C. Rush, Deputy Attorney General for the state.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Swearing in of witnesses. Will all those who know themselves to be a witness or who may be witnesses in this cause, please stand and raise your right hand. Dr. Fleck. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. The parties in this matter are hereby notified that the board will take official judicial notice of its file and record in this matter. All individuals attending this meeting are hereby placed on notice that this meeting is being recorded pursuant to Indiana law and will be a matter of public record. We will entertain opening statements.
The state just will not say anything today as to the facts. We've submitted the joint stipulation, as you guys can see before you. We've omitted anything relating to accolades or background information because we felt that that did not bear on the incident, the facts that occurred before us. So we just want to make sure that's what we're focused on today. But otherwise, the state will just argue sanctions and nothing more.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodenberger, or Dr. Rodenberger. Dr. Fleck would like to share with members of the board his background and the operative note that is contained in the stipulation that has been submitted to you. As your record reflects, we held a settlement pre-hearing conference with Dr. Clemente in December of 24. And following that virtual meeting, we proposed a continuing education course for Dr. Fleck to participate, which was not accepted. And the stipulation leaves to the board any sanction to be administered. And our position is at most a letter of reprimand and continuing education as approved by the board would be appropriate under the circumstances of this case. I would ask Dr. Fleck to give you the background material that Ms. Rush tells or stated was not included in the stipulation as we had proposed. And so I'm going to ask Dr. Fleck to give you that information now and then answer any questions regarding the procedure that was performed that resulted in this charge being filed. So Tim, go ahead and background.
Hold on a second. You have a stipulation of fact. So introducing any additional evidence, does the state have any objection on that?
Yes, the state objects to any additional evidence unless the board has specific questions that they want to ask of Dr. Fleck. At this time, we would object to any testimony from Dr. Fleck.
Because this doesn't go to sanctions. This goes to the facts of the case. Because you want him to testify.
I want him to give the board the benefit of his background, education, work experience, etc. And if there are specific questions about the procedure he performed that led to this process, then we're happy to answer those questions. But I believe the board is entitled to have a little bit of background information about Dr. Fleck, that this wasn't just something that he pulled out of the blue.
I would just object to that because the entire point of us submitting the stipulated facts today is to kind of eliminate any back and forth and any testimony that is not directly needed by the board. And so the board does have opportunity to ask questions of Dr. Fleck if they feel like they need to do so. So anything extraneous beyond that, I would object as not relevant.
It is appropriate, though, for us to ask questions about mindset on the procedure and why this or that was performed and
Yes.
how things went, that type of thing.
Yeah, state would not object to that.
If you think his education and work history is relevant, then
I'm sorry, but
I'm sorry?
oh, I was just saying that if the board felt like his work history and education was relevant, then they could overrule the objection.
Well, I think as veterinary surgeons, most if not all of us have experienced the procedure, at least of retained testicular retrieval, and have a sense of that, and all have very similar education with regard to getting us to the point of being able to do that. Now, whether trying to identify the testicle with ultrasonography, or whether a laparoscopic procedure is done to distend the abdomen and retrieve it that way, or whether a routine incision is made to accomplish that, those are different techniques that we can hear the logic behind the approach taken. But otherwise, I will say that I appreciate all of the history and experience and time that Dr. Fleck has spent in the profession. But as stated by the state, I don't think that's going to change opinion on what happened with the procedure. So I would be okay if we just move to having Dr. Fleck tell us specifically about the procedure and how we got to where we are today. Is that okay with everybody? That'd be all right?
Perfect.
Since it seems like that's what we're needing to do.
Yes.
The state just wants to clarify that would object to any actual testimony from Dr. Fleck that's not in response to a question from the board.
we need to ask the question.
So are you sustaining the original objection to his background and
I
history?
am sustaining the original objection. Now, having kind of run through my thought process on that, would a member of the board be willing to ask the first question?
I would like to know, once you open the abdomen, it says Dr. Fleck opened the abdomen looking for the testicle behind the right kidney and it was not apparent. And then based on the ultrasound findings, did you do the ultrasound?
Yes.
Okay, so based on that, so it was straight, you and the monitor, you suspected it was in or near the inguinal ring.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you. Near the,
So,
and if you could just repeat what you said.
Sure.
Near the,
Near or in the inguinal ring?
so can you, once you saw that and you opened up the abdomen and you knew this wasn't gonna be a routine, uncomplicated procedure, and you're trying to find that testicle, can you tell us kind of what was going through your mind at that section of the surgery and how you problem solved to try to find it?
They're never routine as far as retained testicle, but I found most of them are right testicles that are retained, not left. And that they're generally between the caudal pole of the kidney and the bladder. And that has been my experience on a number of those that I have done. When I did not find that through my abdominal incision, I had already done an ultrasound looking for the kidney, or looking for a testicle, did not find it there. And there was an apparent bulge in the inguinal ring, which I have never seen in a neuter surgery. So the ultrasound of the descended testicle and the ultrasound of the mass in the inguinal ring were very similar. And so I proceeded to remove the mass in the inguinal ring, thinking that that's the testicle or that was the retained testicle. Unfortunately, it was not. And pigs did pass from my surgical error. And that's precisely what it was and what I looked at. I have removed some from the inguinal ring. When you do retain testicles in horses, they're almost always in the inguinal ring. Retained testicles in pigs are almost always in the abdomen, and you remove them through the inguinal ring. So it's a procedure that I have done numerous times in the years. But that's not what happened, and that's not the result definitely that I was looking for. So,
Dr. Fleck, a quick addition to Dr. Peelman's question. How long was your abdominal incision? How big of an opening did you have?
1.5 to 2 inches.
Okay. And how much did this dog weigh?
Maybe a small beagle, probably 20 pounds.
All right. So your visual abilities to really examine that abdominal cavity were pretty minimized by the size of your incision, I guess, would be my guess based on me trying to peer through a 1.5 to 2 inch incision to fully assess where things are. So
In a bigger dog, I would have made a larger incision, but on this, that's pretty typical for what I do abdominally.
yeah, when you can get in with a snow coke and it pops right up. Yeah, absolutely. When it doesn't, generally, I'm like, well, got to make our incision a little bigger, and still can't find it. Well, got to make our incision a little bit bigger, and that sort of thing. So I've been there. I mean, I can appreciate what you're saying with regard to that. Other questions?
I'm curious, you use the ultrasound to try to help identify. Do you use the ultrasound routinely, not just for this procedure, but in general, I'm just curious as you're,
We do use an ultrasound, I don't want to say routinely, but frequently. And having looked at this, and we decided to ultrasound it because there was this mass in the inguinal ring. I mean, that was obvious before any incision was made. And so I looked for the testicle around the right kidney and did not find it. But then I had this visual of the prostate that looked very similar on the ultrasound to the testicle, and I had not removed the descended testicle until I had gone through. I always try to get the retained first and then go that way. But had I not used the ultrasound, I'm not sure whether I would have removed the prostate or not, probably. But I mean, it was just, like I said, I've never seen a prostate in the inguinal ring.
That was going to be my question. Anatomically, where would you anticipate the prostate living?
I would anticipate the prostate living a little farther south and on the midline.
and then in previous retained testicle surgeries, I'm just thinking of my own personal experience. Fish it out if we can with the snow coat. But I'm going to exteriorize it so that I can see and positively identify it and see the vessels and whatnot. So how much of what turned out to be the prostate did you have that completely out when you did this? Were you doing?
No, it was not freely movable. Looking back on that now, ding, 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 ding.
Okay.
You would do that. To remove them with a Schnook, I have done that. To remove them with Alice tissue forceps, I have done that. You always exteriorize it, you identify that. So, no, it was not typical. Like I said, I've done a few surgeries over the years, especially neuters, and I have not ever seen a prostate in the inguinal ring. And when you can remove the prostate through the inguinal ring, without making an incision, as I said, a little farther south and on the midline, it's not something that I would even have. I would not have even given it consideration and did not until I was informed on Monday morning that I had made this error.
I'll jump real quick, last question I think I have is identification of the mass, or what we're referring to as mass in the inguinal, or at the inguinal ring. Was that done visually or with the ultrasound?
I identified it originally with the ultrasound, and then visually, a little smaller than the descended testicle, which would happen. And it was very tightly adhered. And so I dissected it free through the inguinal ring, ligated it, and removed it. And I did not.
Your dissection wasn't through the inguinal ring, it was through the abdominal incision, or?
Through the inguinal ring.
So you had 2 incisions?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. On those, typically, I will do an abdominal incision. If it's not there, I do an incision over the inguinal ring and go looking for the testicle there. And then I make an incision on the midline to remove the descended testicle.
Okay. Other questions from the board for Dr. Fleck?
Since I participated in a settlement conference, I'm going to have to recuse myself.
Understand.
That part of it.
I'm curious, mentioned, again, comparing it to more typical cryptorchid surgeries, using the snook hook, using Alice tissue forceps, whatever. In this case, what did you use to get it to where you could ligate it?
I would roll the dog to its left side, pick up the abdominal wall with a pair of forceps, and go in with Alice tissue forceps and identify the kidney and then dissect the route with that, and did not find that. So
I'm sorry.
In this case,
what did you do when you got the prostate? What did you use to
I
grab a hold of the prostate
the
when you
Alice
ligated
tissue
with the
forceps.
Alice tissue?
Yeah, and then dissected it.
would you call that more of a blind dissection by palpation and not by actual
directly in the inguinal
visualization?
ring.
I'm sorry?
It was directly in the inguinal ring. That's what I said. It was through the inguinal ring. It was there. It was, which it should not have been. And that's what I dissected free. Now, I did not enlarge the incision. I went directly through the inguinal ring.
You removed it through the incision over the inguinal area?
Yes.
Maybe I missed this part, but when you had the tissue out, what did it look like compared to the regular testicle?
It looked similar to a testicle. So I just removed it, ligated it, and closed the animal.
Did you mention anything to the owner? Like, this was a really strange situation.
No, and I had told him before that it was odd, but I I have done those, but it's, anytime you go do that, it's not the same as you would expect with a spay or a routine castration or anything along those lines.
I have a pretty good handle on what happened, I think, at this point and how things progressed. Do you have another question, Steve? I think you're getting ready to ask another question.
Just still trying to wrap my head around it. And again, I just keep going back to my own personal experiences and putting myself in your position and when things aren't as expected. And I've had to go searching before, and where is it? And then oftentimes it is a little smaller, as you mentioned. But when it is not as routine as normal, I guess I find myself being extra cautious, and I am like making sure I identify it and this is the testicle, right? And I want to make sure I 100% positively identify it. Even so much that after I convince myself, I will, after the surgery is over, I will then go back and look at both the normally descended one and that one. Did you happen to do any comparison after the fact?
No, I removed that, ligated it, and if depending upon the surgery day, that would probably have been the first one. The material would be picked up, and then the next surgery would be next. So it was much more of an assembly line type of a procedure. When we do surgery, at that point in time, we were doing surgery, I believe, just 2 days a week. So we were going through, and no, it was pretty confident. Boy, that was difficult to go.
Anything else from the board? Any benefit? Additional information to hear? Dr. Fleck, thank you for your input and testimony. Any cross on this? Any questions that you'd like to make? I know that we're a little off the normal process here.
Not at this time.
Okay. Well, that will close the statement. Follow up and a closing statement.
As indicated, following the settlement conference that we had, we proposed a number of continuing education programs in the area of ultrasound education. And I would ask that the board reconsider that along with the recommended letter of reprimand as Dr. Clemente discussed with us at the settlement conference. Dr. Fleck's license is pending renewal. And there have been a couple of hiccups the last week with the pendency of that renewal, in that prescriptions that he has attempted to write since October 15th have been declined by pharmacy and/or Chewy because his license somewhere in this building is labeled as inoperative, not effective. Even though with the agreement or conversations I've had with Ms. McMahon, his license is to be renewed pending this process. We would ask that the board renew his license and that any sanction that the board deems appropriate be within the confines of what we have suggested, the letter of reprimand and/or the continuing education hours to be determined by you all. And we would ask that you include that in your consideration or in your disposition.
Okay. Thank you very much. These proceedings according.
Can I close?
Oh, I'm sorry. When I asked you, I thought you were done.
Oh, no, that's okay. So the state would just like to emphasize that Dr. Fleck's license is pending renewal due to the fact that he and his counsel have unilaterally requested continuances at least twice. This has been ongoing for quite some amount of time. In addition, the questions that you guys are asking, I'm sure he's doing his best to recollect, but we don't have the notes. We don't have the medical history. That's part of the reason we're before you today. So I don't know how well he can remember the exact procedure that was done years ago, but in my mind, we don't have the evidence to back up what is being said today. Also, continuing education has been rejected because the state didn't feel like that was sufficient. So today, the state is requesting at a minimum probation with terms set by the board, but we leave that to the board. The board sees it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. These proceedings, according to notice, are hereby concluded. This cause is therefore adjourned until further notice. Thank you for coming. Okay, discussion.
I have a question. Do the attorneys object to me making a comment since I was involved in the settlement conference?
Not at all.
Well, if you recuse yourself, then you should not participate in the discussion.
That's what I wanted. Never mind. It was just a general comment, not specific.
Okay. Okay. Does one of you want to start, or any thoughts?
I'm going to leave my decision to the veterinarians at the table because this is a surgical matter. And so
It is, but I would still like to hear your opinion based on your own personal
on
experiences.
my own personal experiences, it's a different, this prostate, not the testicle, it's a big deal. And I want to step my shoe, be in the person's shoes whose animal this was, and, you know, make sure that we're advocating for them as well. That's our charge. So I just think it was a big misstep. That's
Absolutely.
If we end up choosing probation, what does that mean for him? And what's the timeline? Do we choose how long? And then he has to come back, and if we said you have the CE hours, you have this much time, and then we come back and talk to you again, and he still practices, but he practices on a probationary status, what does that mean for him?
So if his license is on probation, and you are just requiring continuing education, then he would have no encumbrance on his license. If this was a case where you did not want him to do surgery while he's on probation, if that you felt that was an option, then there could be an encumbrance. It depends on what you guys want to do. But otherwise, just the continuing education, it doesn't mean that he cannot practice or prescribe or anything like that.
It's just an extra step rather than letter of reprimand. Probation is severe or more severe.
Even if taken off of probation a year later or whatever, that will always be on his record that he was on probation for a period of time.
And
So
usually
letter
when we
of
put
reprimand.
someone on probation, we have stipulations, which would be a personal appearance, following up on continuing education. Typically, we have some sort of ask that goes along with the probation, which is, I think we have a list in our green folder somewhere that lists all the things we've done before, but it's usually because we need to stay in contact and have something happening during that period of time, right?
Yeah, that they're working towards, that we have.
And if you think that continuing education is appropriate, then he would need to be on probation, because you cannot require continuing education without a probationary term. You can't just issue it with the letter of reprimand. The only reason that works in an agreement is because the CE has already been completed and it's used as a mitigating factor to issue the letter of reprimand instead of going on probation.
I don't know that taking him out of the surgery room makes sense because he's had all this experience and then all this experience after. And we haven't had another administrative complaint filed against him in this.
Yeah, I was just giving an example.
Yes, but I'm just kind of talking down to the rest of
The biggest issue I have.
Yeah. that taking him out of that, I'm not sure that makes sense, because then you're out of practice, and then where does that get you?
John?
I can't wrap my mind around the fact that retained testicle looks like a testicle. It's smaller, the anatomy is different, doesn't look like anything, prostate. I don't know how you can mix that up.
Well,
I mean,
I think that, and I wasn't there, but I believe that we had lack of exposure and visualization and some blunt line dissection, unfortunately. And we were, I'm pretty confident, not able to exteriorize the mass, if you will, prior to excision. And that led to the problems that we're facing. That's just my own guess. Again, I wasn't there, but I've tried to do things without visualization, and it doesn't go well. You have to get exposure. So yes, Dan.
I was gonna say, based on that, do you think that's something that can be remedied with a letter of reprimand or something additional?
Unfortunately, I think that the gravity of this situation warrants not ultrasound CE, which I think a vast majority of veterinary surgeons may well not even use ultrasound as a pre-surgical or surgical diagnostic tool in this surgical procedure. And so I don't think ultrasound CE helps us at all, which is going to dictate that we need CE of a different form, abdominal anatomy CE, abdominal surgical prep and incisional length and exposure. Those types of things seem to be appropriate for this. In no way do I want to limit Dr. Fleck's ability to practice veterinary medicine or to make a living, but unfortunately for us to provide as public protection, if you will, or proper response to this, the right kind of CE, we have to hook it with probation, unfortunately, and or not unfortunately, however you want to look at that, but that's what's going around in my thinking process. Anybody else?
You pretty well summarized what my thoughts are.
Because we have to tie the probation, because you have to be on probation for us to require the CE.
That's correct.
Would you then just consider, is there a length of time, or is it more like we need to see that the CE's been completed, and then if it's done before the next board meeting can petition to come off, or is there a length of time that you?
So typically, you'll write the order as indefinite for a minimum of.
Sorry, that's what I meant. Was there a minimum or?
So you could choose a minimum of 90 days. And if he gets it done in 90 days, then he can petition to come before the board and come off probation. But if he doesn't get it done in 90 days, then there's no harm. He'll just remain on probation until he's completed the CE, and then he can petition in 6 months or a year.
Yeah, I asked that question poorly. I think what I was trying to say was just tying the probation length to the amount of time essentially to complete the CE. You don't see that you need to like have additional, like a minimum of 1 year.
I don't see this probation as a punishment thing. I see this as a tool to be able to get the CE. That's my thought process. And potentially in his record, seeing that it was a very short-term probation is probably a good thing as well.
I mean, a letter of reprimand stays on a record too.
Yes, it does, but it won't serve our needs in this case, unfortunately.
Kind of either way, there's going to be some.
Yeah. And I don't think we need a a surgical mentor or any kind of adjustment to his surgical schedule or ability to perform surgeries. I don't see that as appropriate, but that's me.
And is there a CE for this particular procedure that we can ask for?
That's the issue.
I don't know, but I think,
I do know of anatomy CE.
yeah, I do think that this is a, making a decision on a busy day to take the time to make a bigger incision, to be able to visualize and see what you're doing. It's frustrating for me when I make an incision I hope it's gonna work, and then I go, well, I've gotta make that bigger, and then you still can't see what you wanna see, and well, it's gonna take a long time to close this, and I'm gonna get behind. I'm in how that all goes.
At 20 pounds, you can only go so big, so.
But I was waiting to figure out how to bring that up, but
It was a 50 pound.
it was a 50-pound, it wasn't a 20-pound
Oh.
beagle, it was a 50-pound Australian Shepherd. So
I thought I read that.
looking back at things so that goes back to then the surgery. How
It's
much-
almost a keyhole procedure at that point, a little, small little incision. So anyway, I think that we'll get the appropriate education needed just through abdominal surgical exploration potentially and abdominal anatomy. And that would meet my anticipated needs.
Is that mandating class, or do we typically mandate minimum hours, or does it depend on the class, how many hours?
I think it depends on the class, and I don't have that information in front of me. So where do we go from?
I guess my question is like, would a 1 hour class be enough, or?
I don't
would
know.
like
This rises above that.
Okay.
This,
So are you looking at like 3 for abdominal surgery and 3 for abdominal anatomy, or do you want to see more?
I think 6 is
I would be okay with 6.
reasonably appropriate. John, what do you think?
But I think, I think it's a mistake, period.
Indeed. I mean, it is a mistake, but few of us have gone through life without making mistakes. I mean, that happens.
Well, that's not the point. The point is, it goes back to what I said earlier, that when you take a undescended testicle out, it still looks like a testicle, it's small. All the other anatomy is, is there. And I don't know.
There were very specific surgical rules that were not adhered to in this case. And I don't think anybody denies that.
And maybe this is not a proper statement, but you said, who goes through life without some mistakes? This is something that I would have expected a very recent grad who didn't have the experience and didn't know. And I'm a little concerned because someone who's done many of these procedures, we either got very lax in being sure.
I was trying to be charitable.
Yeah.
But it sounds like we're landing on granting licensure on probation, minimum 6 hours of CE, and those described can request to come on probation once that's been completed and submitted to the board.
You could also have his employer,
I'm sorry?
you could also have his employer sign the order, so that way the employer knows about it.
He is his employer.
Okay. I thought maybe he might have a boss.
Well,
Be alerted.
I agree with what Natalie said. I mean, we're between a rock and a hard place. We don't have a whole lot of options. Period.
Well, I mean, the only other
I'm
thing
not-
we could do
I'm
would
not
be
gonna
to
say
suspend his license, and I find that to be inappropriate. Would you be willing to put your commentary in the form of a motion?
Oh, wait, I have a question.
Oops.
How long do we want to do the term of probation? At minimum, 90 days or a year?
Never seen that before. Usually it's like 6 months or a year.
But they're using this to do the continued education. So in theory, he could complete appropriate continuing education within the next 90 days and be back in January and come off of probation. And I feel like that's appropriate if you guys want to do that. If he doesn't get it completed within 90 days, he would not be penalized for that.
Yeah, it's just the minimum of.
It's just the minimum amount. So he could come back in 6 months or a year or 3 years. I mean, if he didn't care about being on probation. I don't think that he not completing the continuing education within the next 6 months or a year would be penalized. I've never seen that. It's typically, it would need to be something more egregious to actually continue with further discipline, like
That would be a
suspension or
poor,
something.
that would be a poor act of good faith, though,
Right.
not to go
That's
ahead
what I mean, yeah.
to take care of that, so.
And then my next question after that is, whatever CE he decides to do for this, do you want it to come back to me and then have Dr. Clemente or Dr. Sunbury approve it?
I think that's.
Like prior to.
Or Dr. Shipman and I can approve it.
Right, that, it
So it
needs to
needs
be
to be approved by the
approved
board.
prior to doing it, because, like, the ultrasound thing is not appropriate.
And it does not count towards the 40 hours.
I
for
would,
next
I would
renewal.
consider indefinite probation for no less than 6 months, with opportunity to come off following completion of CE and just giving a little bit more time.
I agree with that.
6 months to perform the CE, to complete the CE.
Well, it just would be a minimum of 6 months.
Of probation, during which time he needs to get his CE accomplished.
I do know of some great anatomy CE, so
Do
I'll give that
we-
to you, you can give to them.
Theoretically, if we're a year past and CE hasn't been completed and just hanging out on probation, do we have to include anything in the order to call back in for a personal appearance, or we can just do that at the discretion of the board to say, hey, this was supposed to, theoretically, this was supposed to get done, we haven't seen any updates.
I think that if you wanted to do that, it would be best to put it in the order, that way we don't forget about it.
It's not gonna be in the order anyway.
The
I'm
personal
saying, like,
appearance.
we're giving a minimum of 6 months on probation, but do we need to put a maximum on, or can we, on when it, the timeframe in which it does need to be completed? The CE. But like we're saying, essentially, the shortest amount of time you could be on probation right now is 6 months, and that's assuming he gets the CE done. But do we need to put a time frame in for the CE to be completed, I guess? It can be, I don't remember.
I've never seen that. What would you do if he didn't get it done in 6 months? You're gonna suspend his license?
But yeah, that's,
That
yeah, I
tells
don't
me
know.
he's not taking it seriously. If he can't get the 6 hours done in 6 months for something.
And I don't know that 6
years
months
ago.
is the right number for that. It
I
was
don't
just
know
more,
either.
is there any mechanism if we said that there needs to be? Because I think the important thing for everyone here is to try to actually get the CE accomplished, not the the probation is just the mechanism to get there.
Yep.
So I just didn't know if there was a way to make sure that
You ever seen it?
the CE is
I would just
happening
say
in a timely manner.
complete the CE within the 6 months, and he can petition to come off. If he doesn't do that, then you can file a rule to show cause for violating the probation for not doing it within 6 months, but imagine he will.
Yes.
That's what we've done in the
Does that
past.
feel like enough time to
What
do
he
that?
said.
I
Are we
don't,
are we making stipulations on the type of CE?
I don't know what, I don't think.
Not off the sale, I heard that.
Yeah, we are. We were,
Okay.
we were
Abdominal
talking
surgery or
about,
abdominal anatomy?
that's correct. 3 hours
Someone
each.
follow that.
So sorry, I messed up that order. So someone's gonna
Okay.
have to start
Do you
over.
think you can read our motion for us?
Well,
Or can you?
no, I was trying to see where we landed.
Okay, wait, so Clarence, what you just said, does that go in the order?
Yeah, say complete the CE within 6 months, and then after the 6 months period, he can petition to come off probation.
Right. But if he doesn't,
Then we can file a rule to show cause. Basically saying it's
I'm
a
gonna have to
violation of his
put a tickler
probation.
on that then to have him come back. If he doesn't, then he would have to come back.
We think that's what we've done before. I mean, that's.
And is 6 months okay for the first return visit to us? Or should, even though he's.
So I think that's
we
what
see him-
Natalie was asking. like,
Right, do we need to see him in 3 months, even though he's got 6 months? Not necessarily.
I think if all we're asking for a CE to be completed, I would request that he come in and, he's either done it or he hasn't, so I don't know if there's anything else to learn.
I like the minimum of 90 days, giving him that option to come off. And
Versus 6 months.
I like the range of 90 days to 6 months. So he can come off as early as 90 days.
We just have to set a minimum.
Oh, 6 months.
It's indefinite suspension with the ability to come off.
But it's a minimum of 90 days. I've seen a lower, like 30 days, but this board meets every 90 days instead of every month. So at minimum, you could do 90 days. If he doesn't get it done in 90 days, that's not a big deal. But
All right,
you could do 6.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
pushing it to 6 months is not relevant then.
I'm not getting anywhere.
Let's, you wanna make the motion?
I move that we put him on probation for
Indefinite probation.
indefinite probation, and he has to get 6 hours CE and reappear in 6 months. What, July meetings.
Plus the,
I would like the
And the
approved
CE
CE by
the
Dr.
CE
Shipman.
the CE needs to be approved by Dr. Shipman. 3 hours of abdominal anatomy and 3 hours of
Indefinite
abdominal
probation for a
surgery.
minimum of 90 days must complete 6 hours of relevant CE before being able to request to come off of probation. Is that where we're landing?
Which includes abdominal anatomy, surgery.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, is there a second? Is
I
that
have a
okay?
question, abdominal surgery or just exploratory surgery or exploratory abdominal surgery?
They said both, they said 3 hours of each.
I
Well,
know.
no, one is abdominal anatomy and the other is abdominal surgery.
Yeah.
And you could say exploratory. surgery.
Can we just say, CE approved by the board, so we're not specifying, like locking him into a certain thing?
We need to specify.
I know, I just, if there was something
Yes,
that
it
is
still
approved by
has-
the board,
it
yeah, it's
still
getting
does have
approved
to
by
be
the board, yeah. Just if there was some magic
We have to
response.
repeat this, or do we, once modified, or are we comfortable with the motion that's on the floor?
So the motion on the floor that I have is place Dr. Fleck on indefinite probation for a minimum of 90 days. He's required to complete 3 hours of continuing education in abdominal exploratory surgery and 3 hours of continuing education in abdominal anatomy to be completed within 6 months. Continuing education must be approved by the board prior to taking it, or it won't be accepted. And so I'll rewrite this, but if Dr. Fleck gets all of this done within 90 days, he can petition to come off probation. If not, then he will need to appear in 6 months at the July 2026 meeting. And the continuing education, as part of this order, will not count toward the 40 hours required for renewal in 2027.
Second that.
And we will consider that
Who first?
Natalie's motion.
Natalie?
I think it was technically after.
You said that.
Yes. Well, sorry, John, but yes, you did. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Let's have a roll call on this. John Schneer? Aye. Stephen Sunbury?
Aye.
Natalie Goodwin?
Aye.
Ashley Selke?
Aye.
Kelly Fielding? And myself, Jerry Rodenbarger? Aye. Okay. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Dr. Fleck, your license has been renewed and it's active with no restrictions at this time. I've emailed the professional licensing agency regarding renewing your controlled substance registration. You will receive a final order from the board with all of the terms of your probation within the next 90 days. But we will get it to you much sooner than that because you have 90 days if you come off of probation. I'll get it to you by tomorrow if possible.
What do you consider continuing education in this matter? Is it something I find online? Is it something that I go to a university and say, I need exploratory surgery? Is it something that I read and say, okay, this is abdominal anatomy, this is abdominal surgery? What I'm not sure that I can find online abdominal anatomy or abdominal surgery. So if I cannot find that, then what do I do to get this done? I mean, I have no problem doing continued education, following everything that you've said. You know, I'm sorry about what happened. I'm still working. So I will definitely get this done, but I need to know what constitutes a continued education.
I think Grace approved, correct, for you guys. I wrote down, it's activelessonedtech.com. A Purdue University professor, the anatomy professor, has created continuing education, and it's race approved and for anatomy and also ultrasound, other things like that. So I'm just gonna give him the email, but, or not email, give it to you so you can give it to him.
Oh, and then we didn't prescribe the mode in there.
And we didn't say like whether it had to be in person or online. So that's what he's asking.
It just needs to count, it needs to meet one of the requirements for the CE requirements that would be typical CE. So
Yeah.
all the modes of delivery are acceptable, that are outlined on the website.
As long as it's approved by the board,
As long as it's approved.
which you're gonna have to have it
Yeah.
extra approved by the board. So before you do it, Mr. Coots is gonna have to
Yeah.
email it to me.
And that's specific anatomy CE education by Professor Hannon at Purdue University. So he's the anatomy professor and he created anatomy online. And so I just wanted to give you that website so you could have it in case that's something you're interested in.
I can't imagine.
Email it to me.
Google surgical abdominal anatomy.
It's active lesson and tech.
I just think the important, if we didn't prescribe the mode, so anything that would count typically as CE just needs to be proposed and approved and then.
Yeah. I just know that was anatomy and it's race approved and AA is the approved, all the approved things.
Dr. Clemente also found a course that was previously approved by the board in a different case that would be accepted by the board. They're gonna email it to me, and then I will email it to your attorney, and if that's the course that you want to take, that would be approved.
Yeah, so there's options.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Fleck, thanks
Thank
for
you,
coming
Dr.
in.
Fleck.
And I apologize
Be well.
for not being here in July. That was totally unexpected.
No worries, we get to see you now.
Yeah, we are going to take a 10-minute break. Okay, let's reconvene our board meeting. We are in the middle of administrative hearings, and it is time to talk with Dr. Smiley.
You're back.
She has one of those state computers that the battery lasts about an hour.
30 minutes, yeah.
Seriously.
We have, and do you need it to plug it in?
There's one right.
Yeah. I've got one. If it dies, it's fine.
Electricity is so high-tech.
It's still on. It's just gonna be on separation next to the.
Okay, this is an administrative hearing on stipulations being held on October 23rd, 2025 at 1202 East 38th Street, Discovery Hall, Suite 100, Indianapolis, Indiana 46205, and electronically through Microsoft Teams at 10:55 a.m. State of Indiana. In a cause docketed as administrative cause number 2025 BB0010. The notice of time and place of this hearing was mailed and emailed to the respondent as provided by law on June 13th, 2025. The purpose of this hearing is to consider the administrative complaint as filed by the petitioner on February 20th, 2025. My name is Jerry Rodenbarger, and I am serving as the hearing officer for this board. The following members of the board are sitting with me on this hearing: Paul Clemente, DVM, Stephen Sunbury, DVM, John Schneider, DVM, Kelly Peelman, DVM, Ashley Selke, RVT, and Natalie Goodwin, consumer member. At this time, I request that any board member who feels that he or she cannot give this individual a fair hearing and render an impartial decision to remove himself or herself from this hearing. Board may move for notice of proposed default and vote on the motion. That's it. The respondent is not present. The respondent is present, so we'll pass by that. My apologies. Appearance of counsel, please.
J.C. Rush for the state.
Good morning, Kelly Mylon from Gordon and Reese for respondent.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. Swearing in of the witnesses. Will all those who know themselves to be a witness or who may be witnesses in this cause, please stand, raise your right hand to be sworn.
This is me.
Yep.
This is you. Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated. Parties in this matter are hereby notified that the board will take official judicial notice of its file and record in this matter. All individuals attending this meeting are hereby placed on notice that this meeting is being recorded pursuant to Indiana law and will be a matter of public record. Opening statements, please.
Yes, we have submitted a joint stipulation of facts, the parties have. I just wanted to clarify that this is a joint stipulation of facts, that kind of how we just did in the previous hearing. So we would just be asking you to, or the state would just be asking you to look at sanctions today. And then I just wanted to clarify that because I think I sent this in that or something else, and then at the end it says administrative complaint. So I just want to make sure, joint stipulation of fact, asking for sanctions.
If I may address the board as well. Again, counsel for respondent, we did file the stipulated statement of facts, obviously with counsel. I'd like to add that Dr. Smiley has completed in advance of today's hearing a race-approved CE for veterinary medical records. So I just wanted to add that to the attention of the board and to state that we had some communications between counsel and it was our understanding that there were some discipline being considered, but we are asking after you have had your opportunity to ask Dr. Smiley his questions that the complaints be excused today.
Excused as in dismissed?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. At this point, do we go to questions?
Well, you can ask them if they have any evidence to present.
That's
Well, I mean, if you're
different than
gonna-
moving right on to stipulations.
Well, they've already done the stipulation, so if, for example, there's continuing education that Dr. Smiley would want the board to consider as part of any kind of sanction, then that could be presented in his case
Okay.
and entered as an exhibit.
All right, but we can get that from him in the form of questions that we ask him as well. Is that correct?
I mean, yeah, if you want to.
Okay. Quick question I have is, the record keeping, how many hours of CE was that?
2.
Okay. Do you have additional commentary or evidence that you'd like to give us beyond what we know through the information we received? Is that fair? Is that all right?
I mean, the state would definitely object to any additional witness testimony, anything like that. We also the state did not receive any evidence of CEs completed, and also that was not put into the mitigating factors that we were just editing last night. So, I mean, the state is unaware of any CEs being completed, and the state would object to that being introduced at this point because we've already submitted the joint stipulation of facts for your consideration today.
Okay. And are we considering both of these cases paralleled and simultaneous? Is that correct?
So yes, so the state is asking, the purpose of the joint stipulation of facts is to kind of limit the board's discussion to what is in the stipulation of facts as far as that goes. So
information we'll get from questions that we ask.
Yes.
Okay. I'll open this up to questions from the board then. Okay.
I was gonna say medical record keeping, but
Well,
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to. What?
I said you might want to ask him what CE he took.
right. And,
Oh, what
and
CE
we
did
think
you
with
take?
regard to the record
With regard
keeping,
to,
we think 2 hours is adequate, or not years. So
Right.
there's issues.
The, do you want the serial number? You just want, so it was Animal Veterinary Legal Services. And then it's a race program number 20-745377. And I've got serial number. And I can make that.
Can you say the title slower?
Animal and Veterinary Legal Services. And the title of the CE was Veterinary Medical Records, 2 hours of CE. It was completed on 10/7/25. Then the signature on it is Sarah Babcock, DVMJD.
Well, I'll start then. I have questions about Ginger.
Yeah.
The 6-year-old spay.
Yeah.
Were you the surgeon?
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't able to really glean that, whether you came in after or whether.
Both times.
Yes.
I was both
you were
times.
Surgeon both times.
Correct.
Would you describe for me, I mean, I'll just say that everybody has at one time or another probably dealt with an abdominal bleed. I mean, especially a large breed dog. I mean, that kind of thing sadly just does happen. However, I have questions around that. Would you describe for me your team's post-op assessment of this dog from the time of the surgery and what time that was to the time of release and what time that was?
So time of surgery was, I would say, late morning, 9:30-ish. Post-op, what happens is dog comes off the table. Dog is checked as far as when it comes off the table by the team, and then mandated as far as what the policy is the dog is walked at noon. So then when typically surgeries will wrap up at lunchtime. So when I take a lunch from noon to 2, surgeries typically get done by noon. The staff will walk the dog at some point between noon and 1. And then with this, so this dog was walked. Then I was made aware that there was something wrong when the dog was discharged. So owner comes to pick up between 4 and 5. Staff went back to get the dog. The dog walked to the front desk, and then the dog collapsed. And the staff came back and got me and said, "Hey, the dog's not right." So I came out, looked at the dog, pale mucous membranes, tachycardic, put an ultrasound on the dog, couldn't find any free blood in the abdomen, took an x-ray, couldn't see any free blood. I'm like, "Oh, this dog's bleeding out. We got to get back on the table." Then immediately put the dog back on the table, opened the abdomen.
This was like at 6 or something?
No, so I mean, now we're at between 4 and 5. The dog's gonna be discharged between 4 and 5. Staff tells me right away, dog's not right. Then that's obviously takes precedence over everything. Dog immediately hits the table. So I would say the dog's on the table in 4:30, and then we're wrapped up by 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Questions with regard to that?
Yeah.
Between the time that the dog goes back into recovery, whether it's wherever that is, extubated, back in recovery.
Yeah.
Do you have specifics regarding how often that dog is touched? Because, I mean, you described it goes back in there and then goes out for a walk at noon, which is maybe 90 minutes later.
Mhm.
I mean, is it seen every 10 minutes or what? Or what is your protocol with regard to that? And then who assesses the dog at the time of release?
So the routine, what's habitual in the clinic is they go out for a walk at noon. So I assess, as a surgeon, I'm assessing the dog coming off of the table. Now I'll spot check things, but there's nothing that's habitual. What was habitual at that point was that every dog goes out for a walk between noon and 1. So that dog, eyes on that dog by an assistant or a technician, noon to 1, to go out to relieve itself, go out for a walk, and then come back in.
Okay.
Who assesses the dog at release? One of the staff members assesses the dog. So in a routine,
could be an assistant.
Absolutely, absolutely. So to that assistant's credit, she knew that there was something wrong, and then let me know immediately.
All right.
And
so now we've got a dog that is shocky.
Correct.
You know, you can't find blood in the abdomen. We're assuming we've got to bleed.
Correct.
Other than going to surgery, what, if any, is a protocol for how you support that patient pre-surgically or intraoperatively?
So
what did you do for the dog?
So what I didn't put in the medical records and where they were incomplete is I ran aggressive fluid therapy. So we passed that now, and that's where the medical, and I take response. That was where the medical record, as far as in that follow-up emergency surgery, there wasn't record of me running aggressive fluid therapy. So dog catheters passed, aggressive fluid therapy, open up the abdomen. Hey, we've got a clot. There was no active bleeding at that point, but there was a clot on, I can't recall off the top of my right or left ovarian stump. So I got the dog off the table alive, went back out, and I was very transparent with the owner the entire time. When I presented the dog, it was in the lobby, so she knew that the dog collapsed. I was very transparent with the owner. Hey, we've got a we've got a problem here. This is bad. This is my fault. I mean, I owned the whole thing right away with the owner. As transparent as I could be. Owner stuck around during the whole procedure, got the dog back off the table. I said, hey, the dog's made it off the table. That was good. I didn't think that I thought I was going to have a dead dog on the table. Got the dog off the table. Very, very transparent with the owner in that regard as well.
Now, then did the dog pass in the night?
Correct. So then the most difficult part, I mean, the whole thing's humbling and it's upsetting and I wish it never happened. So now I got to go back to the owner and there's limited funds. So ideally, I would have shipped that dog and had a blood transfusion. If I had to do it over again, I probably would have paid for the whole thing and said, yeah, go down to the emergency clinic, get the blood transfusion. Had a very transparent conversation with the owner. I said, hey, I'm cautiously optimistic this dog is still alive. There's no more active bleeding. I'm hopeful the dog can make it through. I encouraged her to send the dog to emergency clinic so we could get transfused. She said, I don't have the money. Okay, at that point, I'm like, okay. So I said, okay, we can keep it here. I can recover it. I can keep the dog on fluids. I said, nobody's going to be here. This is not an emergency clinic. Nobody's going to be with this dog. I will have one of the assistants come back in and check on this dog. And I'm just going to have her come in like every 4 hours. So by the time the assistant came back, so I coordinated with the team. I said, okay, I'm going to go home. And I was in regular communicate with the owner via text. So she knew what was going on. By the time that the staff member got back in at 9, the dog had passed. And then I messaged the owner right away.
Okay, you mentioned a blood clot.
Yeah.
I mean, what are we talking about? I mean, you didn't have an abdomen full of blood?
No, there was a clot. So I had a clot in the abdomen, and then I had a clot on the ovarian stump.
I mean, there are clots and then there are clots.
Oh, no, there's clots. It was clots. I mean, it was, in my mind.
A good bleed that had all congealed.
Oh, yeah.
More or less.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was a dog that, I mean, so that, during the surgical procedure, it is a fat, middle-aged dog. But, I mean, I felt like I had good hemostasis when I closed the dog. I mean, those dogs always make me pucker up. I mean, the
Did
dog.
you religate those stumps?
I did, but I wanted to be transparent in the medical record when I wrote that to say there was a clot there. So yes, absolutely, I religated that stump, but there wasn't any active bleeding at that time. And that's why I was cautiously optimistic. I was like, well, this dog might have just threaded the needle where she fixed herself. That
She
was
might
the
have
hope.
just been hypovolemic at that point and stopped bleeding.
Absolutely,
for that reason.
but I still had a dog that was, before I pushed the propofol to take it back to emergency, I still had a dog that was aware. Now, she collapsed, but she was aware. So I was cautiously optimistic that I would get, and I got the dog off. Now, she was never conscious when I got her back off the table, but she was still alive and not tachycardic when I got her off the table. So I was cautiously optimistic that she would pull through, and definitely offered to the owner, hey, you can go to emergency, but it was a financial crunch at that point.
Other questions?
How do you go about your ligatures?
Yeah.
Did you find them when you went in exploratory?
Yeah, so found them. Both ligatures were there. I didn't double ligate. I use a tool I call it an ovarian retractor, where it's a hemostatin with a foot on it. I started using those because it's a little bit easier to visualize. So you clamp the suspensory ligament, and then you exteriorize, and then you put this little foot on. Basically, you can do the surgery as a surgeon without having somebody to exteriorize. So I use that instrument every time. I used it on this dog. I mean, it was devastating. I mean, frankly, it was one of those things that I'm just walking away, shaking my head, going, "You gotta be kidding me."
Just a circumferential suture?
Yeah, I usually use a Miller's knot, so I'll go around twice and then do a surgeon's. That's how I like to do them.
So you did use a Miller's knot?
Oh, yeah. Now, I would say if I had to do it over again, I probably would have double ligated it. And so if I get into those fat dogs now, because I mean, right, you learn from experience. It's like, so it was a single ligature. I should have done two, but I did a single ligature, and I usually do a Miller's knot because I like it. As far as it really, once you crank down, you can get through the fat real quick, and you crank down and it'll hold. So that's what I routinely do as a Miller's knot.
I do as well.
But I didn't put two ligatures on that stump.
But I've been surprised by, when I throw my next suture, how much it brings it on down more. So sometimes it just doesn't crank it down far enough.
Totally agree with you. And I would say now, habitually, I'm double, not on all dogs. If it's a smaller dog, if it's a younger dog that's not fat, but if I've got a fat, middle-aged dog, I'm double ligating to that point. And I would agree with you. I would agree with you.
Describe your ligatures on the uterine body.
On the uterine body, typically what I'm doing is I am seating so I'm going through the uterine body, and then I'm doing a half.
Transfixing?
Thank you. I apologize. I'm in the hot seat. I transfix it, and then I'll tie on one side, and then I bring it back around the other side. I don't do a Miller's knot on the uterine body because I transfix it, and then I tie off. I do a half hitch, and then I come back around and do a surgeon. And there was no blood. When I explored the abdomen, the uterus was not the problem. It was the ovarian stuff.
I'm just curious, one ligature on the body, or do you typically do two?
On the uterine body, in that procedure, one ligature, and I typically do. I'm still doing on a smaller dog or a younger dog. I'll do one ligature if I have knowing what I know now and living through this, I do two if I'm nervous. Right? If the dog puckers me up, oh, I've got a middle-aged fat dog, okay, I'm going to put two.
Sometimes when transfixing, the first side you do, you get a good job of cranking down on that uterine artery.
Yeah.
When you swing around to get the other one with the same suture, I'm assuming, hard sometimes to get the other artery properly compressed.
Don't disagree.
I mean, I've had that.
Yeah,
And so I would suggest following that up with some other type of follow-up suture.
Makes sense. Agreed.
So I get that. My biggest concerns are with regard to the management and follow-up assessment of this patient between the surgery time and assessment for the walk, and then from the walk time and the assessment at release.
Correct.
And I would recommend highly that that be adjusted.
So what I've done since then is when I come back, so my schedule is then I go noon to 2. So now what I do is at 2, before I see afternoon appointments, then I've got eyes on all the surgical patients. Now, I wish I would have had that in place before this happened, but that's the change that I've made. So that recommendation is fully heeded. where now when I come back, so Tuesdays and Thursdays are surgical days. On those days, when I come back, before I start seeing appointments at 2, then I'm eyes on every one of the surgical patients. And unfortunately, I did not do that with this patient. She was walked like she normally would be, but then the next time that she was eyes on her was when I wrapped up afternoon appointments, she was presented to me.
I have a question. What is your post-surgical protocol? Like right after, for 15 minutes right after surgery?
No protocol. We've got, so where we have the prep room is it's pretty, it's a high traffic area. So we have eyes on surgical patients. I have eyes because I have to get to my desk. So it's a very, very natural, and we do that intentionally. So it's a high traffic area, but we don't necessarily have a check sheet. Every time an assistant or a technician looks at the animal, they don't check off, but it's a very, very, we don't stuff them back into a corner. They're in a high visibility area.
That is more or less where I was headed.
Yeah,
with
my nursing-
discussion between those times.
Veterinary nursing education has always taught me that the first 15 minutes after a surgical procedure is the biggest time that a complication can occur. So that's why I was wondering, that 15-minute protocol, do they have, post-surgical oxygenation? Do they have, those different aspects if they have any signs of, a bad outcome? So that's why I wanted to know, what your SOPs were there.
John, Steve, Paul.
You took the 2-hour record-keeping course.
Correct, I completed
I know
that.
we're not supposed to dwell on that.
And the other thing, just so the board knows, is I've dramatically improved my record keeping. So we've got the record keeping, my record keeping is dramatically improved since these cases. Because now what we do is every conversation with the animal owner is recorded and AI puts it into a really highly organized medical record. And it's a software that I created that then veterinarians across the country are using. And I mean, this is a horrible reason to make a case for it, but it's definitely helped me out significantly. So when we talk about medical record keeping, I have dramatically improved my medical records, dramatically.
When did you create that program?
A day late and $1 short.
I mean, after this, or
I was
did you
talking to
create
my
it
hospital
before this, but didn't use it yourself?
My hospital manager and I were saying, she went back because she's got good records on everything, and she said, you were right at the advent of then rolling this out in the clinic. And I think I was about 2 or 3 weeks away for this. So we've been using it for 2 years. And so I don't say that to make any excuses, but she did tell me that yesterday. She said, hey, Dr. Smiley, you were about 2 or 3 weeks before you rolled this out in the entire clinic. Yep.
Is it just your clinic or can other clinics use it?
No, everybody across the country. So we have hundreds and hundreds of veterinarians. It's called Vet Soap. And yeah, so we're, I don't want to be the poster doctor for this, but I guess I
was curious. I like so.
So my question was, your medical record did not have a description as far as what size suture you used and what kinds of ligatures were applied. You just told us, but you don't actually have a medical record that says that.
So the medical record for a routine spay is a protocol, right? So there's a routine spay. So no, I'm not writing out the details of every spay because I would call this case before it was a failure, a routine spay. So that's a protocol that's written out. So yes, he uses Biosin, he uses 2-aught. Okay, so that's written out as a protocol. If I'm being critical of myself, the medical records were not complete in that emergency surgery that I did. I did not notate that I was running aggressive fluid therapy. So the spay itself was a routine spay that we have a protocol for that.
So on that routine spay.
Yeah.
When I was forced into doing electronic medical records before I retired.
Yeah.
We would have a template.
Right.
For the spay, and then you would just change the gauge of suture material, what type of ligature. In other words, you could go into that template and make it specific for that case, and then it's attached to that test record.
I did not do a good enough job even with that initial medical record. I did not.
Which this new program does that.
Dramatically.
Something simple.
The new program, what I do is I dictate the surgery as I'm closing. So I don't even use a template because templates are archaic because they don't have near as much detail. So now what I do is as I'm closing the dog, the assistant turns, she goes, okay, Dr. Smiley. I say, okay, and then I dictate the entire surgery.
Now, the other point of contention, and I don't want to belabor this too much, was there was all this complaining by the complainant about the dog being left alone after the second surgery.
Yeah.
And the son-in-law's a police officer, and he went by the clinic and the lights were out. And so at that point in time, after your second surgery,
Yeah.
did everybody pretty much go home? The tech was supposed to go back 2 hours later.
Correct, and the owner, there was I was very, very transparent with the owner. And there was a lot of candid conversation and very, very difficult conversation with the owner. And she was given, hey, you can take this dog. We're in a very, this is very critical. This is very critical. You can take it for emergency. You're gonna spend money. And then that was a mitigating factor to choose to keep the clinic. So her complaint, I don't recall it completely, but her complaint was valid. There wasn't anybody there, but she was very, very aware of that. She was made fully aware. It was not at all, I did not want to cover anything up. Here's an option, and then sadly, finances play a role in that. Now, knowing what I know now, no, this is far worse for me. So I would have just said, oh, I'll pay the money. That was I guess a bad decision on my part.
So that wasn't documented though, that you offered referral?
It was.
That is in your record?
Correct. In that absolutely. And inside the correspondence, there's text message correspondence that's typed, or the timestamp.
You have a record?
Yeah, absolutely. We have record that I correspond with the owner, and then the text messages between the assistant and myself are timestamped, and then my correspondence with the owner late in the evening, timestamped in there.
Well, you can imagine when we come across these cases, documentation of what was recommended is important.
Totally agree with you. But yes, so those conversations were documented.
Do you feel that inadvertently you may have given a little bit of increased potential hope that I think I heard you say, hey, I think we may be okay, or something like that?
Oh, yeah.
Which this owner may have hung on.
Totally.
And I'm sure you also didn't say, if this dog stays here, it's gonna die.
Correct.
I mean, you didn't say that either. So
totally agree.
There's a gray area there in terms of.
If you read back through the correspondence between she and me, it's.
Objection to this, because we don't have that record.
No, we do.
We don't have it
Oh,
in
I'm sorry.
evidence. We did not submit it today. The board is supposed to just be looking at what we have submitted as to the stipulated facts and not go so far beyond to be considering all of this additional evidence, which was the purpose just to decide sanctions today.
Well, to determine these sanctions, we kind of have to get a sense of where his head is and what happened, apologies, but I mean, that's kind of where I was headed on this. And it may not legally be the right way to go. That's not my area, but that's what I was doing.
I don't disagree. I just, as far as taking note of evidence that is not in the record, I do object to.
Okay, fair enough.
And I would just like to state for the record that his testimony is our evidence in this case as to how this procedure happens and what he has learned from it. And so I would actually put on the record that I believe we are submitting evidence. That's the purpose of his testimony.
Which is not what she wants, right?
Which is, we've submitted a joint stipulation specifically to avoid submitting additional evidence today.
I got it. With regard to this first incident that is before us, does anyone have any additional questions for the doctor?
So on count one, the stipulated fact is agreed to that there's nothing in the record about your second surgery.
There is. I have medical record that there is.
Objection.
But we don't have it. We don't have that in front of us. We don't have that evidence.
The medical records from this procedure include the second surgery, and if the full records have been submitted to the board, then the second surgery should be included.
So you disagree with count one stipulated fact that there was no record of what happened in the second surgery?
What we're stipulating to is that there were that what he has discussed about the fluids being pushed, the actual surgery itself, what happened during that surgery is not well documented.
Yes, so you agree to that
Correct.
First count that was not documented, the second surgery in the record?
The details of the second surgery were not well documented. The second surgery was documented.
That it occurred.
Oh, and what I did and what I found. There's blood. The second it's there, it's what if I'm being critical of my own medical record, I did not put in that second one that I ran aggressive fluid therapy. It was not complete. So it wasn't a great medical record, but it's in there.
Can I ask?
Yeah.
Line 16 in the stipulated
Yeah.
facts here. Ginger remained in respondent's care following the exploratory surgery. However, Ginger's medical records do not specify how the internal bleeding was treated before or during surgery. Is that, I mean, you agreed to?
Because that's correct. I agree with that. Right. Because I found there was no active bleeding. So I made a mistake in not including that I ligated the ovarian stomach in, because I thought that I was on a fool's errand medically. I'm like, there's no active bleeding, but I'll go ahead and do it. I did not put that in the medical record. That's correct. I did not put that in the medical record. But in the medical record where it says there's no active bleeding, if you're trying to get into my head, that's what I'm like, oh, well, medically speaking, there's nothing else for me to do here that's going to help.
I would just ask that at this time, because it looks like we are now disagreeing with facts that we've submitted to the board, that we continue this for a full hearing in January. Because if we're going to start disagreeing with things that we've submitted and agreed to the board, then we're going to need to litigate this without the state being handcuffed to.
I don't think that the parties are disagreeing as to the facts that are presented in the document or the counts that were put in the document that were in violation of the law, but the board is permitted, when considering sanctions, the way that you guys have set this up, to call Dr. Smiley as his own witness and ask him questions that they feel is relevant and pertinent to their ability to issue a sanction, if any.
I want to continue the hearing. I just get it done today.
And I'm good with that.
So you can,
No, I say, I acknowledge what you're saying, and we'll try not to glean new evidence, but get additional information about evidence that we already have or whatever. So I'm kind of looking at both of these cases here and trying to determine whether we can move on to the second issue. I think we have to address them collectively. So is there anything else specific to the first situation, to Ginger's situation, that we need to ask a question of the doctor, or can we move on? Okay. Our second issue is with regard to Muffin, a 13-year-old pup that had a nasty mouth and unfortunately an unhealthy set of kidneys, and issues developed secondary to decisions that were made with regard to that dog and the eventual loss of that patient. So that said, questions from the board with regard to that? Or do I dive right in?
I didn't. Well, okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Doc, I did not see, and maybe it was buried in the paperwork. Do you remember the BUN creatinine before the dentistry?
I think it is stabilized. So I think we were like 2.2, then we were at 2.1. This was a case where I had diagnosed renal failure in this dog earlier and told the owner, no, we're not going to go to a dental.
And specifically, how did you do that?
With chemistry.
Okay.
Yeah, so I ran urinalysis, chemistry, diagnosed the dog in renal failure.
Fixed specific gravity, that kind of thing?
I would assume, but I don't know off the top of my head. Okay. That would be in the medical record. But traditionally what I would do to diagnose renal failure would run chemistry and then do a specific gravity. And okay, we've got a dog in early renal failure. The owner was pushing to have a dental done because she noticed foul odor from the dog's breath. I said, no, it's too risky. And I can't recall as far as timeline perfectly, but it's too risky. I don't want to take the dog to do a dental. Well, and she brought the dog, she was very insistent on doing the dental. So I said, well, bring the dog back in, let's recheck the chemistry and see where the dog's at.
Okay, can I jump in
Yeah.
real quick before you get to part two? All right, we got a dog that we think's in early, mid, stage 2 renal disease,
Yeah.
renal failure, whatever we want to call it.
Yeah.
And we can't do this dental.
Mhm.
Now, time passed,
Correct,
and then she says, hey, do you think now we can do this dental?
correct.
My question is, what did you do for the dog between point 1 and point 2 that potentially made her think the dog was better and could go to a dental procedure? I mean, did you do things to try to improve this set of kidneys? Did you diurese the patient? What happened?
Renal diet, low phosphorus diet. So, and, I mean, that's a terminal condition, so nothing enough to fix the kidneys. So I was a little bit surprised that the owner was so insistent on the dental. And my mistake on it was not standing my ground medically and saying, no, I'm not going to do this. I was trying to please the animal owner. And so she came back and said, hey, this foul breath is because of the dental. I want this foul breath. And I said, I think it's probably the kidneys. And she was insistent that we do the dental. And so I reran the blood work, it stabilized, and I arrogantly thought, okay, we can do this, and it can work. And from this case, what I've learned, and I've done better personally, as far as standing my ground and not making the owners, medically to say, nope, I'm going to choose not to do that. If you want to do that high-risk procedure someplace else, you can go someplace else. But I inappropriately let the owner convince me into a high-risk procedure, and it didn't go well.
So you don't recall the number, creatinine was in the 2 something?
2-1. I think it went 2-2, and then it came down to 2-1. And so then that was enough in my brain inappropriately to justify, okay, we've got stable, stage 2 kidney disease. Let's see if we can get away with this.
So during the dental, was the dog on IV fluid?
Correct.
And was any of that stuff documented?
Correct. Yes.
How about the conversations at that stage?
Those were
between the first diagnosis and then when you actually did the procedure, and you're telling us your mindset, and is that documented, or is that you're telling us?
Probably not well enough. I can't recall off the top of my head. Probably not well enough. And now that would be, so the changes that I've made with the new medical records that we have, that would be, but no. And the other thing that wasn't documented well was post-dental procedure, the owner complained that the dog wasn't eating, and she assumed that it was something to do with the mouth. Please bring the dog back in so we can recheck blood work. She said no. And so I got the owner to bring the dog back in, and it was put on the assistant or technician side. Because I said, let's just rerun the chemistry. Well, she was insistent that we not rerun the chemistry. And I think it's because she didn't want to pay for it. So this assistant said, hey, doctor, come in. She wants to talk to you. So at that point, that's when I prescribed Entice. Okay, let's do that. And I didn't document that conversation, and she got charged for a medical recheck. And it was not my intention to charge her for medical recheck, and that was strictly a conversation. I didn't do a physical exam, and what in that conversation that's not documented, I was trying to encourage her to do blood work, and she wouldn't do it. And I should have documented that conversation. So you'll see when you look back on the medical record, she gets charged for a recheck, and then there's no documentation of that recheck. And I didn't examine the dog at that point. I was trying to convince her to do blood work, and she wouldn't do it.
Question.
Yeah.
Just a 13-year-old dog. Had you seen this dog earlier? I mean, all through its life?
Yeah.
And you probably, did you point out the dental problems?
I wasn't fixed on the dental problems because I was trying to get her off of the dental problems.
No, I mean, as a young, you didn't get these dental problems overnight. That's what my point.
No, and I can't recall. I would say on previous physical exam, I don't know if I ever noted the dental problems. I know my mentality through this case, as far as with the renal failure, was trying to get the owner's attention off of the mouth. And hers wasn't a concern of seeing tartar. Hers was concerned with the breath.
Well, back in the dark ages, I'm older than you.
A little bit.
Oh, wow.
Well,
actually, they used to caution us on bad dentals. You could run into heart problems,
Yeah.
really the biggest problem you have is kidney problem. I mean, it has nothing to do with this case, it's just, that's why, you know, you can have a rotten mouth and have a fairly healthy heart. Eventually, you'll get it, but it's the dental and the kidneys is the thing, you know, all that infection.
Well, I have, thanks, John. I have a question with regard to fluid therapy.
Yeah.
Number one, this dog, do you remember, did it have a murmur? Did it have a heart issue at all? Was everything okay?
Not to my knowledge.
So assuming that its heart was fine, I mean, are you looking at a surgical twice maintenance rate? What do you do? How do you handle that?
5 mils per pound per hour. I've got it written out someplace. So yes, I would say surgical maintenance. I wasn't, if I had to do it over again, I would have been more aggressive with fluid therapy. I would have been more
Yeah, I'm
aggressive.
trying to figure out whether you could have or not, based on whether this dog had.
I could have been more, absolutely.
Do you know, or did you stop fluids immediately post-surgically?
I stopped the fluids immediately, right, correct.
Probably wouldn't have done that
No,
either.
I would have been more aggressive, absolutely. I would have been more aggressive. I would have kept the dog on fluid therapy until the dog was picked up, absolutely. Absolutely. I wouldn't have done the procedure. I mean, my lesson learned from this whole thing is that I was trying to please the owner above practicing the level of medicine that I hold myself accountable to. And that was a mistake.
Well, it didn't make sense to any of us, I'm assuming, reading it, that the dog was not acceptable as a surgical/dental candidate the first time, and it came in basically identical, and it was acceptable.
Correct.
So
correct.
We're really kind of hard to wrap our mind around.
Correct.
Yeah, I would like to point out that we don't have any medical records in this case, and that's why we're asking all these questions. But I just find it, I would like to see him one of the options come back with the medical records so we can actually dive down the
Well, we'd have to
cases.
open that up to a hearing, I would assume.
Yeah, I know, and we're not in deliberation right now. Still.
We're still
asking
asking questions. Yeah, we
But
can't
this
talk
is the
back
whole
and forth. Ask him a question if you want.
Where are your medical records? Why aren't they with us?
Medical records have been exchanged.
Because they filed stipulations, in fact.
Oh, okay.
They found what?
Stipulations of fact. We're only supposed to be determining what, if anything, we're gonna
It's
do
just
about
usually
this.
we have all these questions answered because we read through the medical documents. That's why I just wanted to get to where the next step of where we were going.
I think the stipulations are too restrictive too. I mean, we're asking questions about the whole, everything else. No. I mean.
Well, it appears at this point that is everything just a matter of record keeping? I mean, is that it as far as what is being considered to need to be fixed, meaning?
Well,
Well, hold on.
I think that comes in discussion.
Okay. All right. Any other pertinent questions to ask the good doctor? None? Okay. Let's move to closing statements.
The state just reemphasizes that the parties agreed to the facts that were stipulated. We realize that is restrictive. We put in the violations that we agreed have occurred. The violations X, Y, and Z are in there listed for the board's consideration. We just ask that the board is conscious of what the parties have agreed to, what the state has been able to present today due to the stipulated facts, and takes that into consideration as they are making a decision on what potential sanctions to apply to this case. So the state obviously agrees to whatever is in that stipulated facts that we have submitted, nothing more, and we would challenge anything that goes outside the scope of that, and also anything that is directly in opposition to what we have submitted.
And on behalf of Dr. Smiley, I would just like to represent that the facts that were stipulated to are stipulated facts in this case. One fact that was taken out was some backup information. So on behalf of Dr. Smiley, I think it should just be told to the board that it was our impression that these are facts that we're stipulating to, not the only facts that exist in this case. And so we're asking you to consider all of the questions that you've asked him as well as Dr. Smiley's demeanor here today. I think that it speaks volumes that he is accepting these mistakes and taking responsibility for them.
I got a prepared statement. You want me to do a closing one? I don't have to.
No, if you want to just do turning.
I think we're good. Okay, thank you to everyone. These proceedings, according to notice, are hereby concluded. This cause is therefore adjourned until further notice. Thank you very much for coming and participating. Okay. We're looking at additional CE. This is kind of just like the last case, right?
Yeah, so he agreed to the 3 violations, and 2 of them are for record keeping, I believe. And then the one is more here.
One is the decision to do the dental. The other 2 were for records.
Right. So with respect to that, you guys can consider the mitigating factors of the CE that he's done, the overhaul of his record keeping with using the AI technology to now keep records as mitigating factors. You can impose additional CE with probation, letter reprimand, nothing. I mean, it's up to you guys.
One thing I would like to know is with the stipulation of facts, were medical records given to us? That's just, we can't access them? Okay, so if that's the case, I would like to see, I like the initiative of the medical record keeping, but I would like to see more done in that area than just 2 hours, because this is 2 different cases with record keeping issues that we still haven't seen the records.
We've always gone to the 6-hour drip vet VIN record keeping course because that's what we're familiar with. So the 6 hours versus the 2 hours, courses are probably similar. But if the board is thinking additional CE in record keeping, that's what we've always done. Because that used to be 10 hours, now it's 6.
And what are thoughts on addressing the 3rd stipulation with regard to the decision to go ahead with the dental? I mean, that's not a record-keeping CE thing.
Right. And Dr. Smiley's.
I know no CE.
I'm sorry?
Dr. Smiley's acknowledged that in hindsight, he would not have proceeded with the dental procedure. So, you know, in that circumstance, I don't know if you go to additional CE in renal failure. I don't think he would probably object to that.
I think that is helpful, because if anything, it's gonna give him tools to combat the next owner that says that I'm gonna do this. And then you can say, all right, you're gonna do these tests. And then based on these tests, I'm gonna say yes or no. And then you have all that ammunition to say, no, this is not a good anesthesia, choice, we're not doing it. I think more kidney CE makes sense to me. I feel like the CE, not only has he done 2 hours already on medical, record keeping, he's already implementing something so heavily as to record and move everything over. I'm not sure how much more you can do on that aspect. Maybe even, if I'm allowed to mention this, even consider suture or problem spay neuter CE, like we were addressing with the different person that the board already approved this for them. So I think spays with the ligature and problem spay and neuters and renal CE would be my 2 topics that I would care more about rather than additional
John, you were gonna say something?
I think we've all been, I don't even know what the proper word is, harassed by clients to do something when we know better. He's already admitted that, okay, I made a mistake there. I know of no CE other than, and there probably ought to be some CE about convincing vets that, okay, we need to stand by our guns, what we know, and not be coerced into doing something that is questionable. And there is no CE like that that I know of. But, you know, that's, you know, you can't do everything to everybody. It's just all there is to it. And I, you know.
So is that a supportive statement?
I think
Smiley, or, I mean, this is the man that made fun of your age.
The sad part of it is, Dave, I'm 1 year old, so.
Happy birthday.
No, I think you've done a lot. You've learned a lot from this. And I, you know, even the previous case we had, really what we need is, you called it decision-making, didn't you, Julia? In other words, I don't know of any CE that would help, you know, help veterinarians in decision-making. I
So
mean,
you're
we got
looking
all
for
the
CE
facts, we got all the,
that'll
we
make
got
you
all the
smarter.
facts and medical records and everything, but the bottom line comes down, okay, what should I really do with all this knowledge?
You remind me. Hearing
Do,
again, to do CE, are we in the same position where you
Yes, we have
be on
to, it's
probation?
gonna need to be on probation for us to add additional CE. Otherwise, we can say, okay, he's done 2 hours of CE in the area of record keeping. We think that's adequate. We're just gonna give him a letter of reprimand. I mean, I think is that not kind of where we are?
Well, and there's the mitigating factor about his developing the software for better record keeping, only it was 3 weeks too late.
Yeah, I don't.
You can take that into account. But if there's some concerns about CE for renal failure and additional CE, you know, I don't want to defend this drip vet 6-hour thing too much, but perhaps there is stuff in there that Dr. Smiley could incorporate with what he's already doing.
Well, absolutely. Plus, I think the commentary of suture placement and types of sutures and things that Kelly was saying that may be appropriate. That's the other aspect of the CE. So I guess it really comes down to, do we feel we need more CE or not? And if we do, then he has to be placed on probation. Same thing, 90 days to 6 months or whatever it is, get the CE done, come back and see us, that type of thing. I mean, that's kind of, maybe I'm missing something, but that seems to be kind of where we are. So that's what we need to decide.
I think, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm just looking at the big picture of all this. What we're supposed to be looking at here, I needed to hear from him and not just look at this to make a decision or to feel like I know what's going on in the case. And I feel like we got that. I feel like I have been, and I think most of us have probably been in almost all of these situations previous. The old adage, you learn more from your mistakes. I think it was never more clear than in this. And I don't see anything. I think it comes down to the record keeping. I don't see anything medically if these conversations occurred. And it's back to, if it's not documented, did it occur or not? We have a doctor under oath telling us, but you gotta document it. So that's always my dilemma. And I feel like the changes that have already occurred are very strong to learn and move forward in a positive manner.
So your final comment is?
So I wish we had 6 instead of 2 already done, but I don't know how much more we're going to gain.
Well, gaining another 6 and making us do a probation may or may not be appropriate.
Right.
And so that's really the final thing. Natalie? How are you?
Good. I have a question. Do either of the liaisons have any recollection of reviewing this case before it was filed?
I remember reviewing it, but it was quite some time ago, so it'd be hard for you to pick my brain on detail.
Plus now he's had the time to develop that and implement that.
Things have changed. I cannot recall. When it showed up on our agenda, I thought I looked at that case, but it was a while ago. So I can't tell you, I'm sure there were some, usually when the Attorney General's investigator presents a case to me, the records are with that case. They're tagged along with it. Not always. Sometimes I just get a case summary and minimal records. Sometimes I get 60 pages of records. It varies. So for me to recall exactly what was in the records that I might have seen over a year ago, I think probably is when this came up, if I'm not correct. Because I think the original Ginger case, wasn't that 2023?
Correct.
So it's a couple of years old.
Correct.
Yeah, my main question, I guess, is what do you all feel that CE is going to accomplish? Or is there something left to be accomplished that CE will fill a gap in? Do you feel like that's already happened? And it seems like CE is the only thing on the table. I don't think anyone suggested that there's any additional steps that need to be taken for supervision or anything like that. So I guess the question is, some CE has been done. Is it enough, or do you need to see more for there to be confidence in him practicing better in medicine?
And there's CE and shared decision-making and ethics and law and having those conversations with clients, and there's CE cognitive skills with all having to do with client interaction. I personally don't think that there's enough CE on record keeping. I know that there's been strides made in having that, but not producing the medical records doesn't make me feel better about that decision.
But that was a legal
That's what I
decision.
asked. I asked,
You can't.
that's what I asked. I said, is that a legal, did they give it? And it's just a legal decision. And they said, no, we don't have them.
No, they
No.
have the records. We don't
We
have the
don't
records
here
because
today.
they didn't submit them as an exhibit.
And we're not getting it.
That's what I'm saying. Without the records, like I feel like.
We
there's
have to
not
make
enough.
this decision without that.
Well, my decision is that
I
there should be.
think that this is, when we get down to the things in here, that I'm not convinced probation is an appropriate measure, even though I really want him to do some CE
Yeah,
on
that's where I'm at.
kidney and spaying and ligature and things, which maybe you just put that on your list for this next year. I just cannot force myself to get on board with it. If that is the only way to make him do the CE.
Well, I piggybacked on that real quick. I agree with that. Reading this, sitting at home, it seemed way more egregious than now that we distilled it down and we're where we are. I echo basically everything that you've said from that standpoint. I always look at these also a little bit from the pet owner's standpoint. Are we?
That's what I'm here for.
Are we representing them fairly in this or not? Now, whether that's right or wrong, and I should be thinking that or not, it's in my head and going, okay, if I were that dog's owner and I heard that, you know, Dr. Smiley got a slap on the wrist and said, hey, dude, don't do that again. That's always in there, but at the same time, I
With
echo
probably
what
the
everybody else
longest
has said.
ever consumer report that I've seen.
Yes.
Well, that's
You
kind
get
of
the
where.
point, you get the impression from the consumer complaint that she had issues. I guess, well, I'm, why can't we, throwing this out, why can't we say, yes, there was problems, yes, he's made changes, and we agree with those changes, and let it go at that? You know,
That's a
that-
letter of
can.
recommend.
Well, that's,
No, you can,
No, I wouldn't do a letter. of
you can do that. You don't have to issue a sanction. It's not required. Or you can issue a letter of reprimand or probation or whatever sanction you want. If you don't feel sanctions are appropriate, that is okay as well.
No,
Every complaint, I review these cases, have been reviewing most of them the last 7 or 8 years. Thank goodness Dr. Sunbury's helping me. Almost every complainant wants the veterinarian's license expunged for life, their clinic burned to the ground. And, you know, quite honestly, when you have 2 pets that have passed away, and in other cases where we have pets that wind up at MedVet with $10,000 bills and still die, I get why the complainants feel that way, but I've had to force myself to read past that. And this is a case where I think we're all leaning more towards the letter of reprimand with the existing CE hours that were done. That's where I think we're leaning.
That's, I guess, my final question then being, and that's what's in the stipulation of facts, is essentially, after everything you all heard, the veterinary care provided was pretty reasonable, but it wasn't documented, which is the problem. And then you wouldn't have done the surgery, but an owner pushed and a vet made a decision that other people wouldn't have made.
well, I would add to that real quick that I'm very unhappy with the post-operative observation of that dog and how that was handled, and not having a routine specific chart that checks that dog X amount of times hourly. And I think the dog would have been identified as in trouble way sooner than when it was released. And so there's that. I'm just throwing that in. Not that
Right,
that
and that's what
changes anything, but I just wanted to spit that out.
It does a
Dr.
little,
Smiley has said he's changed
Right.
his approach.
I agree.
He's coming back from
I heard.
lunch a little early and checking all his surgeries on Tuesday and Thursday.
Yeah, but he needs the team to be responsible for doing that on a routine basis. That should be delegated. That shouldn't be, he should have a RVT
And there
that's
should
more than
be
capable of doing that.
team conversations where standard SOPs are put into place for that post-surgical procedure.
So how does that translate? Brittany probably wants us to get back on track. How
Right,
does
it doesn't
translate
change a thing, it's
to
just
what
I
we
wanted
do?
to say it.
Yeah, to what we do now.
So
But also having-
I'm gonna suggest that we accept the CE that's been taken care of, and that we issue a letter of reprimand, and that's what I would recommend.
Is that a motion?
Sure.
I'll say,
Okay, we've got a
Letter of
motion and a
reprimand.
second on the floor.
it doesn't.
Are you adding to this motion at this
No,
point?
asking.
Okay.
It didn't state in his record, does it or not?
The letter will always be there to be seen. Yes, it will.
I'm all right with that. Meaning,
Can we call the question? Is everybody okay to vote on this?
I want to add one. With the standard operating procedures in Indiana, RVTs can work under indirect supervision. So we've had, people come to the board before where, so like if you're off premises, in the RVTs there, as long as you have those standard operating procedures, we've had grievances where it was on the RVT and not the DVM because they followed the standard operating procedures. So I just wanted to put that out.
I think he's heard us. I
Okay.
think he's heard us.
I don't think this is a slap on the wrist, this is torture.
What?
I don't think this is a slap on the wrist, I don't think
Sitting
anyone
here.
should reasonably, I think this is torture. And not a slap on the wrist, so I think whatever we decide, even if it's just a letter of reprimand, I don't think this is easy.
For any of us.
Stop it. Was that a motion?
Okay,
There's
we already had one. We've got a motion and a second on the floor. Does it need to be repeated? Are you aware? Letter of reprimand and accepting the
Yes.
CE already
Yes.
performed. Okay, let's vote. Paul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Steve?
Aye.
Natalie?
Aye.
Ashley?
Aye.
Kelly?
Aye.
And myself, Jerry? Aye. Okay. Thanks for coming to see us.
Appreciate it.
So, these two proposed settlements, you don't have to open up a hearing, you can just have the prosecutor discuss them.
We don't have to do that at all, because they're just voting on it now.
So usually the board will want the prosecutor just to state what the proposed settlement is, but yeah, that's fine too.
We decided not to do that anymore, like, in April.
But I still ask you.
I know. Now I have you and Karen.
Thanks, Claire. She makes
But,
it better.
but we're doing the petition to withdraw, right?
Yes, but we do have one more hearing,
Yeah, we still have Erin,
and I don't
or she's not.
know, she might be online.
Okay, we're still active, folks. Erin Davidson, are you with us? Okay, better job, because I don't think Erin is with us, and she's not here in person, so.
So this particular case, she didn't request the petition to come off of probation. But in an effort to keep litigation moving through, she has been off of criminal probation for a year, and so the board noticed the hearing on its own. So at this point, we can just mark that she failed to appear and wait for her to petition. Or see if she renews by January 1st, and then if she doesn't renew, then she expired. She just may not be practicing, I don't know.
Understand. Okay, so we can proceed in that fashion and move forward.
So does that mean you're finished with me?
We're done, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Is everybody okay to move ahead? Nobody needs a 5-minute break? Are we okay? You all right, John?
There were settlement agreements, they should go pretty quick, right?
Well, correct. We're into settlement agreements, the first being Dr. Joshua Moore, DVM. Basically, just a question. Steve, you with me? Yeah. Okay. Basically, just a question about Dr. Moore. Everybody has familiarized themselves with his case and the situation with that, I trust. And since this is a settlement at this point, we basically need to accept or deny the settlement. And so is there any discussion about it that anybody feels the need to delve into, or are we okay with the settlement as it stands?
So there were a pyometer that had complications.
Right.
With
We
the
had some
decision.
dehiscence.
And he did 6 hours of what we were talking about. The one class is in when a spay and a neuter is not just a spay and a neuter. He did a CE on that and a bunch of surgical CE. So, the poor wound healing on the pyometer was what I garnished from that.
Well, the only
Actually,
negative
poor
I
wound.
got out of the thing is he left part of an ovary,
Yes.
apparently.
Right.
And
And
that's not
so-
exactly the same as a incisional dehiscence.
So that's where that CE comes. Is that CE enough that he did? In particular, that class on when a spay is not just a spay, and then the other class was specifically on pyometra. So he did do CE that was appropriate to what
Get the top ovary and, yeah.
He didn't even close the body wall properly.
Well, he did a 2-layer instead of a 3-layer closure. But subsequently, he took a CE class
All right,
that
okay.
talks about that. But that's what occurred. Linea probably wasn't closed secure enough as well. But what the Attorney General was after was that as Jerry said, the ovary was left in and the ligatures on the abdominal wall were loose. They keep putting, the follow-up was not MedVet, but VSEC, whatever, veterinary emergency, said they could put a hemostat into the abdomen in between sutures. But he did CE that was appropriate to the complaint. 6 hours worth. When I first read this case, I thought, well, that's bad, but he's taken the appropriate CE to rectify it. I don't know what more we would do.
I would agree with that. Other comments from the board? I would entertain a motion to accept the proposed settlement agreement.
I'll make that motion.
And second? Wonderful. Okay. Let's vote on that. I think we can do a all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay. That is taken care of.
So there's a letter of reprimand.
Right. And CE already
Well,
accepted.
CE, it's been done in the right order now.
Excellent. Okay. Our second settlement is Dr. Hendrickson. And he was our doctor that administered an excessive dosage of SMZs and a subsequent issue with consumption of platelets and a trip to Purdue's Veterinary College occurred as a reminder to everybody. And he's had CE in urinary tract infections, diagnosis and treatment, and a letter of reprimand. Similar type of situation.
This is the one that Rory tried to fly by us last time, but there was no CE about hematology.
You can see out of that, right?
I know. I'm not worried about it.
She kept herself muted.
She knows me well enough. So this time, in my opinion, Rory, you did good. It flies this time, in my opinion. The CE for thrombocytopenia and hematology was added to.
Remember that because you had to spell it.
Was there any pre-procedure blood work done on this one?
Any what?
Pre-procedure blood work.
The problem was the very high dose of the trimethoprim sulfa. That's what got us into the immune-mediated anemia. And there was, we talked about this the first time around, there wasn't a urinalysis done, but he took a course on antibiotic therapy and how to prescribe it. And that's what Rory presented last time. We just didn't have the hematology.
Okay.
Now we have.
I remember that. I looked at this.
And I think Steve, did you review it?
If you look at the dates of the CE on hematology, it had already been done.
Yeah.
It just wasn't presented to us previously.
So basically, now that we have affirmation of the hematology CE, I'm good with the letter of reprimand. I think that's.
Everyone else all right with that? Yeah. Any additional discussion required, needed, or wanted? Okay, let's vote. All those in favor of accepting, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Excellent.
And as a
Okay.
side note, he did pick up the tab for the follow-up treatment at Purdue. The blood transfusions and then Christine therapy, and that was probably a pretty significant expense.
Yikes. Right thing to do, but yikes. Okay. Attorney General's report? Why don't you just stay up there?
I should, honestly. My laptop's charged now.
That's coming up. We have to talk about you. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're great.
Proceed.
I'll make it quick. The average age of litigation files that we have is 6 months, so we're doing pretty well there. We expect to close out, obviously, quite a few today with all of the essays. Q1, we closed 3 litigation files. Q2, we just had one, a pretty lengthy one. And then we were able to settle 3, and then we've had a cease and desist granted. And then obviously add to those statistics, whatever we have today, I'll present that next time. But if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to answer those as well.
Can you help enlighten the board on the stipulation of facts and how that comes into play when you're deciding how to proceed with the case and kind of the relevancy of them and how they're typically used?
I think that you will no longer see a joint stipulation of fact from us. We'll probably just need to have the full hearing or a PSA. Yeah. I was, yeah.
Either way, we were asked to do them, thought that was a good approach.
Yep.
And we now know we are never doing those again, just so you know.
There you
We
go.
were
You won't
gonna
hear,
talk about it
you'll,
later,
we
but
won't
that
have
was-
this problem
Sorry, we
again.
just didn't know how
Sorry, we
to.
were confused.
So you mean you guys learned something just listening to our
I
complaint?
prefer hearing all day, every day. so
Yeah,
that's
me
really
too.
fun.
Like,
I'm
yeah.
sorry, my name is Heather Kennedy, I'm the section chief for licensing enforcement, nice to meet you all, but yeah, after observing today, I promise you, you will not see those again.
So you were responsible for
No,
all
I'm
of the
not.
suffering?
No, I actually did it, and it's because previously, when I would do them, I did submit evidence along with the documentation, so the medical records were provided as stipulated evidence. And it makes everything go smoother once you guys actually have it, and then there's an actual hearing on the, the sanctions, and then you can call. So.
I think in that first one we submitted though, we also did submit the records and I still felt like the state was a bit handcuffed there. So I would just rather, I think going forward, have the opportunity to present a full hearing where at least I have the chance to cross instead of asking you to object, so.
You can cross-examine. That's.
I know, but at that point, I don't see a super big difference between doing the stipulation versus just presenting the complaint and doing the hearing.
Because in a regular hearing, you would come and say, here's exhibit A, here's exhibit B. Exhibit A is the records, they're terrible, you can see for yourself.
Yeah, and then obviously we could call our own witnesses and you could ask our witnesses questions. It just gives you a little bit more of a background which seems, I think, to be beneficial to making the sanctions decision at the end. So.
Today certainly evidenced that it didn't go any quicker by trying to do it this way.
Yeah, it did.
Oh.
Question, enlighten me, we had 2 cases that were 2 and 3 years old. That has always bothered me. I know it has to jump through all of these hoops with your office and everything. That bothers me a lot that we have serious allegations against veterinarians are well, in the state, and it takes us 2 or 3 years before it even gets to us. And I
I don't know what can be done about it.
If it makes you feel better, I just started in January, and then we have the new licensing supervisor, so we've completely overhauled processes. I'm hoping what you're gonna see going forward is much more expedient. So we've gotten things this year we're trying to get done by the end of the year. Anything, I think maybe through next meeting, there'll be 1 or 2 meetings where you see some old stuff getting wrapped up, but then going forward, things, we're gonna be speeding it up, so.
When I can speak to that a little bit, our goal, we would investigate a consumer complaint within a year. It usually takes about, once we get it through our intake process, review that, it takes about a year for liaison review and all of that. And then usually litigation can take up to a year. So by the time we receive the complaint, and if we're doing any discovery and any of that, it's about a 2-year process from the date that we receive the complaint. And that's our goal, and that's usually best case scenario, just to be quite honest, of how things flow through. We're trying to accelerate that, but it just depends really on the litigation side.
On some of these, it doesn't make that much difference, but if we get into some real medical problems, or, you know, that they're doing something totally wrong and they keep doing it for another 2 or 3 years.
I agree.
I don't know about that.
Yep. But usually that's our goal. It's usually, best case scenario, usually 6 to 9 months that a consumer complaint is reviewed, investigated, and ready to move forward. That is like best case, usually a year. And just the process, you guys meet, is it quarterly, Brittany? Or is it, yeah, so really with that process too, it kind of delays when we can get something in front of you guys as well.
And that's typical with any kind of litigation, that, you know, once it's investigated and filed, it could be a year or 2.
I know.
Before everything gets on board.
On this Dr. Fleck case, it was 4 years.
Yeah.
From that time he did the surgery till today.
Now, some of that may be.
Now, he postponed a couple of hearings too.
Yeah.
But
I don't know.
They were
I just-
complaining that he's not able to do this and this because his license isn't active. And we're like, well, that's kind of on him, unfortunately.
His license wasn't active though.
Or what was he doing?
I don't know.
It was active on the public based system.
I think that if he's ordering drugs, that was his, you know, these companies know when his license is
Let's let them
due.
finish up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah,
Oh, we're back on, on Dr. Fleck at this point, and she's sitting up there. What else you want to tell us?
I didn't know if you had a question.
Oh, no, I thought Rory had her.
Well, she does. I was just letting them finish, and
yeah.
unless it's related to what they're doing. Hi, Rory.
Hi, everyone. I did have a comment on the stipulation, if you would hear me for just a sec on
Sure.
it. That's what I was raising my
Absolutely.
hand about, was that a stipulation, I think, could be helpful in some cases if it limits the extent of the testimony. Like, remember the case we had that was 4 days of 14 and 16-hour days? That's the case I'm thinking of, that if the parties had agreed to some stipulation of facts, perhaps we could have avoided calling, I don't remember how many witnesses we had, 20, maybe we would have only needed 10, or maybe we would have needed 4. And I feel like in that scenario, possibly a stipulation from my perspective might still be beneficial. I just wanted to throw that out as I was hearing all of your comments, because I immediately thought of that case when I actually was inquiring how, if the stipulation, like where it stemmed from. So this is just bringing it full circle to make that comment that I had.
I guess I'll say, like, never say never, but if it, if it looks like it's gonna go 5 days, 4 days, something like that, yeah.
Well, thank you. And part of it was there's a learning curve for us, and none of us really had, for the most part, experienced how to handle that. And so
Can we just highlight it?
we may play better next time.
Thank you.
Yellow highlight, this is what we did. I'd be like,
Okay.
when I get cases from the investigators at the Attorney General, for instance, you can get a case where I may ask for more details. They give me a case summary and some records, I may ask for additional records. But by the time that lands here, over a year's gone by. So when I was asked, well, do you remember what you saw in Dr. Smiley's record? Well, it's been a year,
Oh, I just asked if you recalled her doing the case,
and I did.
but not what you recalled in the record.
Specific to one of the details.
So I went further than you needed.
Specifics.
It's okay.
Another issue altogether.
But yeah, I just want you to know what happens when Steve is aware now. But that's what, we get a case summary and some records, and sometimes we have to ask for additional records. But once we make a decision with the Attorney General or recommendation, once that happens, it's out of our hands.
Fair enough. Everybody okay moving forward? Finished?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Moving.
I don't think
I'll hang on.
we're gonna call you back up.
I know.
So you're
I
good.
might as well stay.
I think you're all set. We're into discussion.
Can we have a bathroom break?
We're into a bathroom break. Okay, let's reconvene this board meeting, please. We are at discussion on our agenda. The annual meeting and conference of the AABSB.
So, well, as you all know, Dr. Sunbury, Dr. Shipman, Ashley, and I all attended, and I don't have a lot to say during the discussion portion about this, but I was gonna open it up for Dr. Shipman, Dr. Sunbury, and Ashley to open it up about what they learned, because I know at least you two attended the board basics and beyond, and there was a lot of information, I think, that Dale presented in there that you guys found interesting, so.
I did not come with a prepared, I did not know. To me, just in general, I would say it was a very good experience to see kind of the behind the scenes things, to see how things are done, to get the information that they're trying to gather on a national level and get it back to us on a state level. As far as specific things, I don't.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing that they emphasize as an organization is remembering to put ourselves in the regulator shoes and not always just in the veterinarian shoes. Yes, we are veterinarians, but around this table, we are regulators today. And, you know, that comes with a different purview and a different perception of events. And so just being mindful, because that is a board of regulators. That is probably the biggest difference between, you know, AVMA and AABSB. AVMA represents the profession from a professional standpoint, from the veterinarian standpoint. AABSB is a board of regulators protecting the public. And they agree on most everything. However, as decisions are being made and as rules are being made, making sure we balance that approach and make sure we squarely have that regulator hat on.
Which ironically enough, we both have, or all three have a regulator hat. It says regulators.
They provided hats to everyone that said regulator on them, so.
Wow.
And there's their board basics training that I think would be ideal for each board member to take, which I think they give in like the spring, or they can even do like over Zoom, like the attorney for AABSB does it. So I've taken it the past 2 years. And also, I was up for nomination, but I didn't get it. So they voted, there was 2 veterinarians and 3 vet techs. And so first, because they have to keep more veterinarians on the board than veterinary technicians, it's just in the bylaws. And they voted for veterinarians first. The 2 veterinarians got to go in a vote with each other. And then they were like, okay, well, the veterinarian that did win, you get to go back in the pool with the other, the 3 vet techs. I felt that was kind of weird. But I did learn a lot. And one cool thing that came to fruition that I've worked on since 2022 was that, so I created the NAFTA Government Relations Committee when I was president in 2022. And so with that Government Relations Committee, we saw all the people all the state boards that didn't have a veterinary technician representative. So I spoke with the attorney for AABSB went for the past couple of years, but we made a resolution, because you can bring a resolution to AABSB if you are a member board, a committee, organization, or you're aligned with AABSB. So with NAFTA, we took that to the NAFTA board, and it was approved that we wanted to put a vet tech on every state board. So I compiled lists of there's 26 states that have a representative on the state board. And also during these meetings at AABSB, the attorney goes over, if you are a state board and you are credentialing and taking monetary dues from RVTs, and they don't have a representative to represent them, that could be a state level antitrust violation. And so your board could be sued for not having a representative. You're taking and sanctioning someone, but they don't have a representative. So that's what in 2022, that's why we put the deal behind, let's put a vet tech on every state board, not only because we want vet techs on every state board, but also to protect people so they don't get sued, because there's only 6 states that don't credential in any way, but there's only 26 states that have at least one veterinary technician or in a voting or advisory role. So you do the math, there's a bunch of states out there that don't have representation and they're taking money. So that resolution was put to the board last year, 2024, when we went, and they built a task force this past year to come back with their findings. And the AABSB board said that yes, you should vote for this. This is a good thing. And so that resolution came to pass, and it all started when I started in 2022. That's kind of it came to fruition. So good stuff. Good stuff. But it's be mindful to have that stuff.
Does the meeting have a expo room or anything like that where you go see stuff?
No, it's all, you go to this room and get these breaks and this and that, and there's just, the board basics, you were in the same,
These are the materials.
they were all the same.
Yes.
No, thank you.
So just getting through them was a minute. It was helpful to hear, they did give a presentation the night before about how kind of some of their strategy currently about putting together and reviewing NAVLE and the BT&E and how they do that, because this is the organization that works it oversees one of the exams, BT&E, and then it assists with the NAVLE. And so just that perspective and that refresher on kind of the complexity of that is, I think it's helpful for folks to know that that's not just, oh, it's an exam and, yes, it's a really hard exam, but the amount of science and data that goes into creating those exams is incredible. The firms that they hire, what do they call those people? The questionologists or something like that. Yeah. They have a fancy term that's what they do. They do question writing, they do exam reviews, and they make sure that we're assessing the minimally competent veterinarian.
So they have a hat also.
So that was just an interesting piece to also hear that perspective as well, because we rely pretty heavily on those exams and the credentialing process, and kind of getting an update from them on that.
But the pass rate's been going down a little bit, hasn't it? For the last 10 years or so.
Yeah, but it ticked back up the last
They just
2
changed
years.
the domains on the BT, but a couple of years ago, they added in, oh gosh, I forget the domain, but they added in a couple different ones that were different from the years previously, so I don't know if that had anything to do with the veterinary technician side of things.
The technician side going down, I think, when they had the blow up of so many vet tech programs all over the universe, and probably weren't,
well, I was on the,
that was the time.
Well, we get the ratings of the state board. Because we're a state board, so we should get the pass rates of nation. It said it goes to state boards and educational institutions. So we should get those numbers of the national rankings of the BT and NAVLE.
I know that
that might be in my report today. I have the ICBA's annual report attached to my report for you guys to review.
Anything else y'all want to add about that experience?
I would like to add one more thing.
Anyone else? No one else? Okay, hearing none. Oh, I'm sorry.
So I want to go back to the, settlement thing. And, when I brought it up that I wanted to do that, I don't know how veterinarians would take hearing from a technician, but every technician that was running for that same position I was, they are all on their investigations committee. Every single one of them. So if they all can do it and they're the only technician on there, then I don't see why I can't do like the technician cases or things like that, because it's what my degree's for, and I need more legal experience. Just legal experience, period, for my degree. And so that's why I want to say, bring that back up. Because that's one thing I noticed, that every single one of them that ran, they were all on their settlement investigations team.
But we don't operate in that manner.
Yeah,
The Attorney General's office does all the investigations and decides whether to bring litigation. And by the time it gets to us, it's actually a formal complete for the board. And so then you have a difference with what the liaison is actually doing in the settlement. And it may be appropriate under certain circumstances to have you in on a case with
the
Dr.
RBT ones, but
as liaison by yourself, I don't think that would be
no,
appropriate.
I just want to learn.
The people at my table that I spoke with, because it came up a couple times about, well, how does your board do this? How does your board do that? We're all from different states. And yeah, there were totally different things. There was somewhere one individual board member was the investigator. They were the person who made the decisions. Didn't come to a full board. They all are running in a little different manner. So I think some of those, what they may have been, and I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
You're
know.
an investigator, but it may have just been they were on, maybe they have a subcommittee that does some of that, but like you said, it's different.
But I just wanted to bring it back up, because
But-
I'm persistent.
Be comforted, they didn't get elected either, so.
One of them did.
Well, there haven't,
I want to run next year too.
there haven't,
Strategy.
there haven't actually been. But in my 15 years of doing this, I can count them on one hand, complaints against the RVT only. The RVT gets tagged in sometimes with the veterinarian, but complaints specifically against the RVTs are very
Those
rare.
are angels.
Very rare. So when that happens, we will forward it to you.
That's all I want.
Well, y'all do come in for DUIs and stuff like that.
I mean, that's the biggest thing, is whether they give a DUI.
But the year
They would
that
argue that the doctor's driving.
And the one
That's a
RVT,
diversion.
the one RVT I prosecuted, the reason we didn't get the settlement agreement on that was because you wanted to talk to her, because you wanted to talk to Dr. Johnson, and then nobody ever filed a case on Dr. Johnson.
Don't get me going on that. That's another one we did.
So I just wanted, that's all. That was my only other.
But same thing, when I went to that board. A lot of boards have 3 investigators that they hire. It's independent investigators. Canada's there's Canadians involved in this AAVSB.
Canada has Canadians involved?
Yeah,
There's Canadians involved.
at the AAVSB, so evidently America includes Canada. Because
Their
people
jurisdiction.
from the 6 provinces come to that meeting.
Yeah, they call them
And they
jurisdiction
do things completely different.
instead of states.
They do same thing. Their board actually investigates the cases, whereas I'm so grateful that OAG's office is doing that for us. We don't want to have to do that.
Okay, how about we move on? The
Great.
veterinary client-patient relationship, and you should have a nice packet of information in front of you.
Dr. Shipman, if I just share my screen, it'll pop up on there that way. I'm in the
You're in the
Teams chat.
Teams.
Yeah, I'm in Teams
You
chat.
hit the share button.
The JetBlue holiday.
But not. Nothing like you're on to do.
Okay. Nice. So the purpose of this presentation, if you will, is really to have a discussion and to show you some of the various definitions of VCPR, both federal and Indiana's, where the VCPR, where or when the VCPR is required, and then kind of a brief summary of why we're talking about this today. We just want you guys to be thinking about the VCPR because you may be forced to think about it sooner rather than later is essentially why it's coming up, okay?
Is this the Indiana
Not just let me do it
law, what you're gonna present?
eventually. I got it under control.
It's a review.
It's a review of the federal and the state.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll be quiet.
So I want you guys to all have enough time to discuss this, so I'm not gonna read everything that's on here. But the theme of these is really gonna be what these definitions say with regard to the examination. For most, well, all of these are very similar, right? Like the VCPR is established when the client, the owner, or the veterinarian agree, or the veterinarian has knowledge sufficient to make a diagnosis. And then they vary on whether or not and how it's related afterwards, like follow-up care and stuff like that. So the FDA, the language in their definition, you'll see in paragraph 3 there, and I have it highlighted, specifically indicates that such a relationship can exist only when the veterinarian has recently seen and is personally acquainted with the keeping and care of the animals by virtue of examination and or medically appropriate and timely visits to the premises. The USDA has a very similar definition of the VCPR. The veterinarian has recently seen and is personally acquainted with the care and keeping of the animals and or by medically appropriate and timely visits to the premises. The USDA does not have any language in there that explicitly uses the word examination. The AVMA's Model Practice Act, their VCPR definition includes a timely in-person physical examination of the patient by the licensed veterinarian and or a medically appropriate and timely visit by the veterinarian to the operation where the patient is kept. The AAVSB's Model Practice Act includes language of just sufficient knowledge of the patient to initiate at least a general or preliminary diagnosis of the medical condition. Let's see what you say about the next one. Indiana requires an examination of the animal. It does not say in person. Paragraph B is, so there's two ways of, so the VCPR can be established by the veterinarian has recently seen or is personally acquainted with the animal by either an examination of the animal or by recently seen and is personally acquainted with the keeping and care of the representative animals and associated husbandry practices by making medically appropriate and timely visits to the premises. So the only definition that we've seen so far is by the ABMA Practice Act, Model Practice Act, that explicitly uses the words in-person examination.
So what you're saying is our Practice Act, which says examination, means you can hold up your cell phone.
I'm saying that these are the definitions
Right.
in federal and state law,
But-
and then the model
But you're
acts.
implying. that it
Open
doesn't-
to interpret.
This is a discussion, I'm not implying anything right now.
Okay,
And we're also not looking to have a formal interpretation of it today.
Right.
good.
What we're trying to do today is to have the discussion so there's awareness by the board of what's currently in statute at the federal level and at the state level of how these terms are used. We know there's going to likely be additional discussion about this topic, and so we're not trying to solve anything today. We know that the hot button issue is the meeting of the VCPR and telemedicine and what that looks like. We understand that's a hot button issue. Today, we're trying to have a conversation about the VCPR, and what Brittany's going to get into in a second is when it's actually only applicable, because it's not necessarily universally applicable. So we want to have those discussions for your all's awareness to start thinking about what that might mean if we were to take a look at how that merges with telemedicine. But not, that piece is not today, is the goal.
Any other questions before we move on? I just, one thing about the AABSB meeting that I will say is I am wearing my glasses today for Dr. Sunbury so that I can see the screen to present this. That was something that he berated me about for 3 days.
Doing my job.
He was tired of reading the score for the.
Well, as I said before the meeting today, I know that at the last AVMA meeting, they looked at their VCPR regs, and I don't think they're published yet. But they may have made some changes. And I.
The 2025.
Just this past summer?
Yes.
The 2025 Model Practice Act came out, and that's where I got this definition from.
Okay.
That doesn't mean they didn't do something this summer that wasn't published this year, and that they may be doing something else going forward. But as of right now, that's what is their current Practice Act, or Model Act. So let's look at when the VCPR is actually required, according to these laws and regulations. So under the FDA rules, a valid VCPR must exist for a veterinarian to prescribe the extra label use of animal or human drugs.
What's extra label mean in this country?
I'll have a veterinarian describe that, please.
So,
You know, ivermectin to humans for everything they do and not for heartworm.
So a particular antibiotic, say, is,
so off-label,
yes,
Yeah.
yes, off-label, yeah.
that's what I thought, but the context clues weren't getting me all the way there.
It is extra label used in the or the regulation, so I don't know why they use that versus off label, but.
Bigger word.
And also to issue a veterinary feed directive for a veterinary feed directive drug. And Natalie, do you know what that is? Because I can't explain it to you.
That's the marginal stuff. Basically, you're putting a scripted item in a feed.
For everybody.
For the herd.
For
For a
years.
herd, yeah.
Years ago.
We do that in human Indian.
So the FDA is very specific with extra label use of animal or human drugs and the veterinary feed drugs. The USDA requires a valid VCPR when veterinarians manufacture biological products for use in their patients and when autogenous biologics are prepared.
Or
Or autogenous.
Autogenous. That's your language.
One's a tiny bit over my.
Hey,
So
I
we
know that
what you mean.
necropsy is necropsy now. It's in it for the first like 2 years, but I figured it out, so baby steps.
What was it before?
I couldn't pronounce it.
So.
Every time.
When would a vet be preparing their?
It does happen. Autogenous vaccines do happen, but generally that's going to be under the auspice of a generally accepted vaccine is not available. So a veterinarian usually in a herd will work with a company whose expertise is creating specialty vaccines.
Like a compound pharmacy?
Ish, in the same realm.
Trying to like make
But basically they're taking the pathogen of concern from the farm,
Okay.
sending it to the vaccine company, and they're making a vaccine off of that pathogen, off that bug, that is used back on that farm. And they're saying the vet should, have VCPR
Yeah,
with that farm.
okay. So they have to be treating their.
You got it, yeah.
Now, the AVMA, their practice model act says no individual may engage in the practice of veterinary medicine in the state except within the context of a VCPR. So you cannot practice veterinary medicine
Period.
without establishing a VCPR.
What about emergency response?
Okay, well, the
There's a bad car
AVMA,
wreck for horses.
There's an exemption for that.
yeah, so this is the AVMA's definition. AVSB is the same, but it does state more explicitly that emergency care may be performed.
Now, does that specifically mean, like, if you're talking to them on the phone, you can say, start doing this, or whatever, or
That's-
whatever?
A question for another day.
Oh,
We
you'll
are
tell me
not
when.
getting into the telemedicine part of it. This is just what these definitions are. So we're not gonna interpret them
But I
today.
wasn't referencing that as telemedicine per se, as much as when somebody calls
But it
and
is.
says,
Or are you
It's
just trying to
telehealth.
define what emergency
I think
is?
my horse broke its leg, what can I do for pain? I haven't seen that horse yet. Or is limping, or whatever. Get us a view, take an
Good
aspirin,
example
see you
why we're
in the
having
morning.
this
Is that
discussion.
kind of how that goes?
That really is in that telehealth space,
Okay, fair enough.
very quickly. That's the challenge about
That
this,
would happen
yes.
to probably like teletriage, that a VCPR is not required, and then we're gonna discuss all this again later, but not today. We are doing this today very specifically because in a couple of weeks when we meet again, Dr. Shipman will not be here in person,
He'll be here virtually.
hopefully.
Yes.
And I needed him to come in today and sit with this to explain, just like with what you just explained with some of the other, that stuff, and as we go through this. So it was either now or in January, and we decided we'll do it now. Surprise. So the Indiana statutes and rules are very confusing, so bear with us. I personally vote to delete Title 25 and rewrite it from start to finish, not
I'll
even,
second that vote.
not even our practice act, but just like page 1. Do it. She'll say you. I say it every day. Gary's like, no, you can't delete it. I'll rewrite it.
Yeah.
Okay, so under our practice act, indirect supervision, this is the definition of indirect supervision.
So real quick, the reason why we're highlighting these points, because this is the use of the VCPR in our statute or rules.
Yep.
So we pulled these next few slides out because these are the uses of it, so we know how it's being used within our own Indiana statute or rule.
Yeah.
Not that we're having a conversation about indirect supervision as a whole
Right.
today.
And this is also very much why Title 25, I feel like needs to be rewritten, is because this is a definition, and I don't know if you can actually violate a definition, or that it's actually a directive of any kind. However, this is what we have today. So this requires that, you'll see in paragraph 2, the establishment of a VCPR for, this is for an RVT to operate under indirect supervision because assistants can't operate under indirect supervision. So with just this definition, it appears that a VCPR would need to be established before
an RVT could treat an animal under indirect supervision. Any questions on that?
Well, I'm thinking back to the Johnson case.
Oh, we can't go back. that way.
No. But if this was a part of the rule, then I think that's why Dr. Clementi said, well, he was available by telephone, even though he wasn't into practice. The RVT was doing the dental.
Well, right, but our conversation is just on where the
I know,
VCPR is required.
This is,
And they may have had one, so we can't go back to that example.
well, I'm sure they didn't have written protocols either.
Oral instructions.
It's
a lot easier.
Now, this is part of so under this statute, under section A of it, a licensed practice veterinary medicine is required to practice veterinary medicine, right? These are there's like 12 or 13 exceptions, if you'll recall, like being on staff at Purdue, like you don't have to have, these are exemptions, right? You don't have to have a license to practice if you're on staff at Purdue. This is another one. A member in good standing of another licensed or regulated profession in Indiana who provides assistance as requested by the vet and acts with the consent of the client and under a veterinary client-patient relationship, and then under direct or indirect supervision. So this would be like if you have a dentist, a licensed dentist, or a licensed chiropractor that the vet is working with and said, hey, can you come in and work on this animal? Like in your capacity as a dentist or chiropractor or physical therapist or whatever it may be.
People or?
Yes.
So they're human,
Okay.
they're licensed for humans.
Okay.
Like a zoo.
Yeah.
That's something.
So,
similar.
yeah. So like tiger's teeth, they'll bring like a dentist in to help do like tiger teeth and that kind of stuff.
Did they learn that in dental school?
It's
They
a
learn more about the tooth than
combined
probably do.
You know someone at the dental school who goes to the zoo and who does those things.
Really?
Uh-huh.
That's cool.
Gets to go to the zoo to
We
do
should-
evals.
Maybe we should.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, he's a pediatric cardiologist, so they were doing, well, like he had to check a heart on a dolphin. And so he's laying on his belly on the side of the pool and there's people in the water with the dolphin and he's holding the probe up against the chest wall. It was pretty cool. He was jacked. Sends a picture, says, we're not allowed to get these out, because for some reason the zoo didn't want anybody to know that Riley's was sending people over to help.
So this one is on the Practice Act's supervision or the supervising veterinarian role with respect to working with RVTs and then unlicensed staff. Paragraph B there is the one that really requires the VCPR, and this is the one that says that a registered veterinary technician may, under direct or indirect supervision, perform routine food animal management practices if VCPRs exist. Talk about supervision in November more in detail. So this is the one where, this is the statute of our Practice Act that I think is really the meat and potatoes of where the VCPR is required, or at least explicitly for the veterinarian, other than those definitions and working with ancillary or RVTs or staff. A valid VCPR must exist before a licensed veterinarian dispenses or prescribes a prescription product. And then the next one talks about drugs and immunization products that cannot be diverted or transferred to an individual for use on an animal if there is not a current BCPR relationship with the original prescribing veterinarian. And this is one of our rules in Rule 5. There's a whole section on the veterinarian may be found guilty of the incompetent practice of veterinary medicine. And one of those is dispensing or prescribing drugs or therapy unless a veterinarian client-patient relationship has been established. We don't have a definition of therapy. During rulemaking next week, this rule may be discussed. It's
in November.
Or not week. I feel like it's October 31st already. Like I'm ready for November to be over with. And that's, yeah. So does anybody have any questions on the Indiana statutes that we just went through or this rule? Because this rule kind of seems to be in conflict with the statute, although at the same time, it could be seen as opening up, making the use broader by requiring the VCPR with therapy, but I don't really know what dispensing or prescribing a therapy is. I mean, physical therapy, I don't know. And maybe that's what you're sending them to. You're sending them to a chiropractor. I don't.
Seems like it was left vague to help us out, and then it's not helping us out.
And like all of Title 25, yeah.
So I think the big thing to take away so far is that we have the federal definitions of BCPR and their uses, which are pretty narrow, and they would be similar to where Indiana is today. And then we have two different practice acts with the AVMA and the AABSB that have a broader use definition of the entire practice of veterinary medicine, right? So we have two models that say basically most of the practice of veterinary medicine should be involved with the BCPR. We have the federal that say the dispensation and the prescribing as well as biologics and autogenous, and then we have ours that says similar to the federal. That's what we're trying to get to here, and that's not to say that they all have to be the same. Because ours are aligned with federal currently, I don't know that they run against federal law, but we're trying to at least show that let's anchor back down to what our statute says today, even though I know a lot of folks generally think everything we do requires a BCPR. And by statute, currently, it does not appear that everything we do as a veterinarian is a BCPR. Does that make sense?
And these are just definitions. Yeah. As they are written, this is not necessarily any interpretation by anyone. I mean, there are interpretations everywhere that we're not going to discuss. So we just want you to see what the black letter law says right now. So the controlled substances and telemedicine, this is the only part of telemedicine that we're actually going to talk about, but this is important to future conversations. The DEA, an in-person evaluation is required to prescribe a controlled substance. There were COVID-19 exceptions to this. We're going to ignore those. For the purposes of this exercise, you cannot prescribe a controlled substance without an in-person evaluation. Okay? This has nothing to do with the VCPR. This is just with prescribing controlled substances to humans or animals. If you have a DEA registration, this is what it says. There's some caveats, but this is what we're going with today. Indiana's must follow federal law and any other regulation enforced by the Federal Drug Enforcement Agency, which would be what we just read. And then there is an additional part of this statute that says specifically for veterinarians, if a VCPR is required, then you have to establish a VCPR. Under the definition in the Practice Act, which we just went over a minute ago, okay? Clear as mud? Any discussion? I'll go ahead and just flip over to the next page and tell you why we're talking about this. If you haven't heard of this yet, I think it was discussed at the AAVSB conference that at least the session that Dr. Clemente or Dr. Sunbury and Dr. Shipman went to, and I bet Dr. Clemente, you probably heard about this in California when you went the year before. So the Texas Board of Veterinary Medicine has a case pending for the United States Supreme Court, and it has to do with the VCPR and the violation of the allegation or ruling of the circuit is that the Texas statute that required an in-person physical examination to establish the VCPR violated a veterinarian's First Amendment rights.
First Amendment?
Yeah. Which we are not going to get into that today. We can talk about this more in depth, but it's basically professional conduct, professional speech is all, there's jurisprudence, First Amendment jurisprudence.
This is not what, 2 or 3 years ago, Texas, they had it was a telemedicine type thing.
Same case.
It's the same thing, okay, that's
So
still
it
going
went
on.
to the Fifth Circuit.
It's still going on?
It's now with the United States Supreme Court. They did not hear this case, but they heard a different case on a similar issue. And that ruling will probably come out maybe next summer, I don't know. If it comes out before then, I'll let you know. In 2024 and 2025, we've had several statutory changes across the United States, including Texas, that have, Texas, Ohio, Georgia, Michigan, I think Michigan, Florida, that allows for the establishment of the VCPR through some form of virtual communication. Without having each of those statutes here, I'm not going to go through it. They all have a variety of bumpers around it and very specific requirements for how to establish that virtual communication.
And to that point, and it'll lead right to the next one. It was fascinating to be at AAVSB with the Canadians there because they've had this in place for a while. They've had basically the virtual establishment of VCPR in place with guardrails. Everyone has guardrails and no one's gonna, what those guardrails are, I think is an important discussion for later, but it is their perception watching as an outsider to the US is fascinating. Because they can't wrap their head around the struggles we're having right now because they've been doing it so long their way that they're just like, it's just a fascinating to watch that dynamic even within the meeting.
Yeah, and all 9 Canadian provinces have some sort of telemedicine option for establishing the VCPR. They're not all the same, and they all have bumpers as well. And they also have, Canada has a similar federal requirement, like the FDA, I think it's called Health Canada, and they do require a valid VCPR with for prescribing antimicrobials. That a VCPR has to be established for that. Did I say it right?
In person?
No, it does, it's up to the province on how to establish it,
Yeah, it was.
but to prescribe those microbials, antibiotics, you have to have a VCPR. So you can't do it over the counter, you can't
That's
just.
a specific use definition, right?
Yeah.
Like they're saying this specifically, we're calling out that but you must have a VCPR of this. The rest of it is up to the province.
And then lastly, the other reason that we're talking about it now is because we have had an inquiry about the establishment of the VCPR by one of the state legislators.
It's gonna be more than that.
Probably a Democrat.
Huh?
Oh, never mind.
Discussion? Well, was this helpful?
Yes.
I think so.
Absolutely.
It's really confusing.
Yes, it is.
It is. It is.
It was not helpful because I didn't realize the in-person part of the physical examination. I just assumed it was in person. I said examination.
For Indiana or for?
Indiana.
For Indiana, yeah.
It just
It
says
says
examination.
examination or recently seen. I just assumed it had to be in person.
Recently seen.
Did that change, Lisa, when you guys went back into the practice act? So when we did it with Pete Gill, it didn't say in person, it just said it was.
Because in 2008, you probably wouldn't have really thought that there was
That's
another
true.
way to do an exam.
That's right.
I didn't either.
COVID made all that change.
Right.
But I think we've always, at least I've always assumed it meant a physical exam in person. I always
It's
assumed.
very inconsistent.
Because have we been challenged yet on that? I don't think so, have we?
And then, now I can't remember what the federal definition is, because there have been some of those companies who've had people come up for licensure who aren't really intending to practice on physical animals, but they're doing in multiple states, and I don't know how the reciprocity and all that works too, but.
You want to talk about the FDA's interpretation?
You want me to? So the interpretation that is not black letter law by the FDA is that an in-person physical examination is required.
For FDA.
For FDA. And I think the USDA may also use that interpretation from what I have seen, but I don't hold me to that one.
But I think that the challenge that we have to continue to remember is it's in those very specific uses. Extra label use of an animal or human drug or a VFD. And unfortunately, their interpretation is not in law. It's outside of law. It's like a policy document. It's in the Dear Veterinarian letter.
And I will also say this, what is not up here and is in black letter law in other places that we just haven't, we're minimizing it today. Veterinarians' professional judgment and the standard of care is always in control. So if the circumstances require an in-person physical examination, then they require an in-person physical examination, right? Even if the law in whatever jurisdiction you're in, or for whatever reason you're doing it, says that this could be permitted, if the veterinarian feels like they need to lay hands on this animal, they need to lay hands on the animal. That's the standard of care.
What's the, not naming names, but the inquiry from like the legislator, are they wanting?
Not entirely clear, but it's clear that it was this issue.
Yes.
That it was what?
This issue.
The examination.
We asked,
The exam issue, whether it had to be in person or not.
we asked for why they came about the idea. And did not.
I was just curious if, yeah, there was like, help me contextualize like.
Is this ultimately, our ultimate goal is to basically decide on telemedicine's role and decide if we change something so it says in person, then make some guardrails on telemedicine? Or what is our ultimate, like, this is our baby step today, but ultimately at the end of it, we have to produce.
And it might be helpful in that context to kind of quickly, as much as possible, clarify what the board can do and action can take versus Indiana code and how those overlap, or we can't change code. But
okay,
yes.
So for
What, Gary, would you think?
I was just gonna say, I would encourage the board to think about it in terms of what is best for Indiana. Process to change whatever needs to be changed can be figured out later. It could be a statutory change, it could be a rule change. But it's before the board because the board has a rule, talks about the VCPR, and we're doing rule revisions. So, yeah, this will be back in a more full and robust discussion to maybe come up with some kind of a proposal for the profession at large to provide input on at some point.
So.
But this VCPR definition, is that a rule?
It's
it's
statutory, so let me go back to it. So here it is.
Yeah, sorry, that's it.
Now, this is a good call to bring that up. The statutes are legislative. The General Assembly votes on that, okay? The board has the authority to do rulemaking. So you cannot change this definition through rulemaking. You may be able to add further definitions or clarifications through rulemaking if you want. But as it stands right now, today, next month when we do rulemaking, you cannot change this definition. But you do need to know what it says, right?
And if the board should determine they think it needs to be changed, the agency could potentially pursue that.
But
On
that,
the board's behalf.
that would have to go through a legislative process.
Correct.
But that's not uncommon for the agency to do.
Yeah. That's not the board doing it, that's the agency doing it.
So the agency does that, we'll say regularly, but not a high volume, right? But it's not uncommon. There is a mechanism.
So is that the same pathway that we take with fines?
That was rulemaking.
Okay.
Because I think that this is a smidgen off topic, but when you got comments from the Technicians Association about rule changes, they seem to have interpreted that we're redoing the whole practice act.
Right.
Yeah.
And that we're not.
Today.
No.
We're not.
Never.
Well, we're really.
We are rewriting Title 25, Natalie.
We're looking
In my
at
spare
the
time,
rules,
that's what I
though,
do.
right? We're looking at IAC 888. That is the purview of the board, and that's the rewrite is the rules around the board. We can't touch Title 25, but we can have discussion about it to determine if we want to collectively work together with the agency to put something forward to get it to where the board thinks is a better place.
Now, I pulled the rule back up because this is something that we are going to talk about next week.
And this is rule.
Or not next week, in November on the 15th. This is a rule. And we are going to talk, this is part of Rule 5. And Rule 5 is going to be our mission on the 13th. It's the only rule we're going to talk about. Not this section, but it's on the standard of practice, so it's a big rule. So just thinking over the next few weeks about this, I don't like the way that this is written with can be found guilty of incompetence, et cetera. So my proposal is to delete the whole thing, but we're not going to be able to do that exactly as I had originally intended, because I do think that you need to at least consider discussing paragraph 2 here, because it is ambiguous as to what, therapy is. So we can still delete it if you feel like the statute is sufficient, okay? Or we can discuss an alternative definition, or however it comes up during that session. We haven't really talked about how we're gonna move forward with this yet to present it to you guys on the 13th, but just knowing that this says dispenses or prescribes drugs or therapy unless the VCPR is established.
Is this, you said this was a rule
Yes,
written into
the rules.
Indiana code?
Yeah.
Nope.
No.
It's
Administrative.
Huh?
Yeah,
More
sorry, the
confusion.
broader question was, is there and I know it's complicated, but even my brain is moving, code and
Administrative.
administrative code and where they fit.
So Indiana law is
Passed by the
the
General Assembly.
code, the statutes, passed by the General Assembly. The board cannot do anything with those. In and of itself, the board does not have the authority to change a statute.
And that's an actual law.
That's a law.
You have to go to jail for it.
And ish, I mean, not all laws are violated or crimes.
Okay. I'm just trying to piece it.
Right, and which is like, this is a definition too, right? Like, you can't be
I think
convicted
the
of.
big thing is like, General Assembly, the governor signs it, and that's
Well,
the
the
law.
governor signs.
Well, yeah, so, and that's what I.
After clearance reviews it, then.
Explanation of the.
And then administrative code has
clarification, yeah.
been delegated to agencies to essentially, is
Yes.
it like, is enhance the right word, or just further provide additional scope?
You, as the board, have broad authority to create rules for
Purposes
the
of.
purpose of regulating veterinary medicine in Indiana.
And the key to that is you only have that authority because the General Assembly gave
That
that
gave that
to
to
you
you.
Yeah.
in law, right? So they said, here are the tenets of what we need from you. And furthermore, you can put clarifying information on these pieces in rule, and you all are allowed to do that. That's why, because you all are appointed by the governor, you work together to put those rules, which help clarify in more detail what are the tenets are in statute.
And I,
It's a confusing place to live.
But that's what I was trying to, like, so as we're trying to think through, like, which layer this might fall into, and then I'm curious. If we decide something.
maybe we'll watch Schoolhouse Rock,
I know.
our special meeting.
But yeah.
No, but that's a good point for us to talk about, like, the statutes, you do not have the authority to change directly through the powers that were given to you by the General Assembly.
Right.
It doesn't mean we can't put an agency bill together to say something different later, but that's not what we're doing now, and it's not what we're doing in November.
Yeah, I was just trying to clarify where a rule sits in this whole long list of definitions. Flow chart.
Hey Lisa, do you remember this rule being pushed through at all when you? I don't. Okay. I didn't know if you had any insight on what again means.
Historical.
And we've also been tasked by the governor to review all of our rules to make sure that they are still relevant. We are tasked to reduce them when possible, and work towards that. So this is all consistent with it. It's just, we're on the rules haven't been updated in a while, so it's kind of daunting.
This, most
It's
of
in
us,
the same.
we're, well, actually, two different words. Otherwise, we have not gone through a formal rulemaking process.
Oh,
in like-
I've been on since 2016. We haven't even looked.
Today's the first
thought
time.
about looking.
Well, we did
They
one,
did
but
the
it,
convictions of concern.
yes, there was one a while ago,
But that
but
was
it
like,
was essentially the same one, which kind of is one of my favorites, because it basically overruled what they were trying to.
And
We were
then,
supposed to define convictions of concern, instead we just gave the whole list.
thank you. I wanted to reduce that too, but it just ended up that, so.
Yeah, I know, that was a fascinating exercise. Okay,
So it's,
everyone needs to think about what therapy is.
or if you
Or go
want,
there, we need therapy.
or
Go to the.
we can have group therapy.
Some clients need to go to therapy.
But you can't prescribe that.
Okay, so next time, so this discussion, like I said, is because this issue is gonna keep coming up, okay? Whether it's next month at our special session, with regard to this particular rule, it's gonna come up maybe in the next, legislative session that'll start at the beginning of the year. The United States Supreme Court has their input coming up on the First Amendment issues that may get, well,
we didn't want the board to be caught flat-footed on a nothing, right? Here is something whether we likely won't address the full scope of this as we work through some of the processes, but we wanted you to have that base knowledge, and we can come back to it again before we jump 2 feet back into this topic again. But we know there's enough things on the horizon out of our control that we didn't want you all caught flat-footed on the topic.
Do you want to talk about how, kind of regardless, like the purpose of the exercise also, because like regardless of what our statute says or what our rules say in the future, that the state or the state definition can also be in sync with the federal definitions, because those federal definitions are very limited to those feed directives and what's the other one?
Yeah,
extra label use
extra
and
use,
yeah.
So yeah, as long as those are always our statute currently has those controlling as well, right? So, because the other thing that we have to keep in mind is, at the end of the day, it is perfectly allowable for the board to decide, we like it exactly the way it is. That's also fully on the table and should not be discounted either. And so I think that's something that we want to make sure, throw these options around, talk to folks as you're going around, the state. Obviously, if the definition itself won't go through, because we can't change it, it won't go through a rulemaking process. But if there's parts of the rules, again, like you saw today, they go through the public comment. It was open for public comment 30 days prior. So we genuinely want that input. The goal is, when they're coming before the board, the rules should be in a reasonable place with not a lot of darts being thrown at it. It should be in a generally reasonable place, because it's been well vetted. We want to do the work behind the scenes. That's me, Brittany, Gary. We've met
a lot.
About this topic and Rule 5. We've probably met 6 to 10 times already. Just amongst the 3 of us to get it into a place to put before you all to then start having the discussions, right? So we're trying to do the legwork, which I think is the advantage of it being here than at PLA, is we have the people to get the legwork done, because this is a volunteer board, right? And we understand that. And so this is quite literally our job, is to bring it to you in a sculpted, but not necessarily final product, but a sculpted product that then you all can continue to mold into what you need it to be. So, yeah, and then it goes out to the public comment, which is open to the profession as well, right? So as we saw today, IDMA provided that public comment on the rule additionally. So that's kind of that rulemaking process. On the General Assembly process, right? That we have the agency's ability to potentially go as an agency bill that goes up through the governor's office and back down to the General Assembly. But historically, that has been updated through working with the IDMA. And so we would foresee that, a similar process of working with the IDMA, because again, we have to wear our regulator hats as well, but we also need to have a general understanding of the comfort level from the veterinarian profession. So again, we didn't want the board to get caught flat-footed. We were trying to put guardrails on today's conversation so that the intent isn't to solve it today, but to be mindful of this is the current state of the definitions. It may still be 6 months before we ever come back to this this square topic. However, if something does come on the horizon, we can now have these conversations in real time. Say if there's legislation that is considered, and we need to have that in a more timely manner. So that was a lot, but prefer not to have surprises. That's the goal.
I think the wording on that is a little strange anyway. It would almost make sense if it said the veterinarian's incompetent if he prescribes drugs or therapy without a veterinary client patient. It's kind of a backdoor way of defining it. It's confusing.
Well, so if I have it my way, this will all be deleted with the rulemaking. But if you want to keep paragraph 2, with that same definition in there, with the prescribing drugs or therapy, we will have to move it to like a different section. Because the way that it's found guilty of the incompetent practice and the way it's written, like unless the veterinarian collaboration relationship exists, it's just poorly worded. So we can keep the meat of it. It'll just have to be rewritten and put in a different section, which you guys will see.
Which will be the crux of the discussion.
I'll be curious to know if the AVMA changed anything in the
I'm gonna
VCPR.
there are two things. I'm gonna try to get a hold copy of that. Or at least
So Tony
contact.
Rumschlag would know that.
You think?
He was the delegate.
I know that.
But
And the other thing is, in November, I think John Scannahorn will be here. And John he was chairman of the board of the AVMA, but he also headed up this VCPR that they did, and I think that's the one, so he may know.
because the AVMA has always been more restrictive and conservative than the AAVSB.
Well, you have to remember that the 9 Canadian provinces are part of the
Right.
AAVSB, and to have Canada permit establishing the VCPR electronically puts them in.
They had to up there. It may be 1,000 miles between veterinarian up there in the great north.
So I know that you said all 7
It's
or
like
however many
veterinarian
times,
or-
9 are. But can you bring one, maybe like the most conservative and the most open translation to the referees so we can see what they did? Is there any way?
I can, but
Still off of it.
But we're not gonna, this is the only thing to do with the VCPR that you guys are even allowed to touch, because it's a rule. If in the future, we wanted to do more with telemedicine in rulemaking, we can do that, but as it stands right now, for telemedicine, the statute requires a VCPR, and our definition of VCPR requires an examination. Right now, it doesn't say in person, but that could change
So here's a can of
by the
worms.
legislature.
Not us, at all.
John started to open this can last time and we slapped it shut.
What does it?
But we're on the precipice of sooner or later, with this Dutch company, something's gonna happen.
Yeah,
Sooner or later.
I noticed another.
Because there's no, as far as that company's concerned, I don't think there's any state lines.
No, in fact, I just saw within the last month another thing on TV. about
Yeah, there's a commercial on every day.
Well, just so you know, there is a statute that applies to veterinarians regarding telemedicine. And if a complaint went to the AG's office with regard to telemedicine and a veterinarian, I mean, that could be something that statute could be violated depending on whatever.
Because it's not in our practice act, it applies to all professions, so it's higher up in
Well,
It applies to all the healthcare.
the
back to
healthcare
the
professions.
Dutch thing, does the Supreme Court issue in Texas, that's gonna
It
come
could.
into
It
all
could.
this? I don't know.
Because this was some kind of upper appeals court that ruled in favor of the veterinarian. Now it's going to the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
But this has been going on for at least 3 or 4
Well,
years.
but this, if we go get into the telemedicine stuff, that's what,
But you could have one of these Dutch veterinarians in Illinois.
Yeah.
They can even prescribe through their website medications. They're looking at a video, diagnosing, prescribing, and treating a patient that they've never seen except virtually, and they're from a different state.
And
not
our job,
licensed.
if our job is.
Well, if they're not licensed in Indiana, they should, that's a violation, that's practicing without a license.
And that's where both model practice acts define that where the patient is located is where the practice of veterinary medicine is occurring, is where the patient's located.
But do you think these Dutch veterinarians are honestly following that rule?
I think with the amount of reciprocity applications we get, that a lot of them are.
I think Dutch has
Because we had
contacts in a lot of different contacts. I mean, veterinarian, licensed veterinarian in a lot of different states that are working with them.
Because we had that veteran come before us to get his license back after 5 years, and that's what he was gonna do.
That's in the back of my mind every time we talk about regulating that.
And he's in Indiana licensed
And several states that kind of contemplate that scenario, they put the guardrails around it, right? To say the prescription can't be in duration, of a duration more than 72 hours or whatever it may be. They put, that's where they say, okay, I don't know that we can get completely ahead of that, but here are guardrails around that, no refills, for example. Ohio most recently passed kind of a law in this space, and it has significant guardrails of what the establishment looks like.
for telemedicine.
Correct.
Well, we're gonna deal with it.
Yep.
Soon.
Things they are changing. Well, you guys that are still practicing this telemedicine thing, you get involved with that with some of your clients wanting something and.
Occasionally.
I mean, is it getting to be more common, I guess, now? Because it wasn't that big of a deal back when 10 years ago.
It looked different 6 years ago, 10 years ago. And I would say it still happened, but it looked different.
Years ago, somebody would call and say, hey, I've got this animal, I need some medication. You're like, yeah, I'll sell you some medication, and you would. And now it's like, yeah, my tech or practice manager will go, he hasn't seen that animal, he can't dispense anything for you. I mean,
Okay,
But COVID also opened a new window.
Oh, hell with COVID.
But I'm just saying,
The excuse
it
for everything.
opened a new window as far
I
as
know.
we were forced to utilize it. We were.
I'm telling you,
We were.
COVID's a damn.
We were forced to though. And so that opened that access and like it or not, it happened, and it gave an example of, a trial almost.
You're just talking about on-farm stuff or what? Or even
because we had that temporary, that we could virtually do those things. And so, our clinic, we would have people send videos of certain situations, and it wasn't to, obviously it's like, oh no, we got to see that.
We just had to drive to the parking lot and,
we still saw
throw
them.
the dog out the window of the vehicle. And
We did the
take it
same,
in.
but there were cases, and our clinic wasn't alone, that there were certain situations, it's like, we can't have that dog in here. So let me see it, let me ask you questions, and went through, and they were, for the majority of ours, we already had a BCPR, but in person previously, but I'm just saying, we did these things, and made decisions. Can I do this virtually? Or, hey, this rises above, we need to have you in.
Well, right there it is. Veterinarian is recently seen. What does that mean?
But what I'm saying is that
Good question.
previously, we would always have said, get the animal in here, we've got to see it, all of our exams were in person.
That's the
Small
way
animal
that's the way it should be, but I'm opinionated.
Well, and to kind of piggyback off of that, to clarify some, we did that with kennel cough outbreaks because we did not have, we had a couple of areas that we sometimes would have 7 or 8 in a day or two, and we just didn't have the facilities to accommodate that level of infectiousness. Plus, we had a boarding facility that we provide for our clients, so we could not afford to have our whole place shut down, you know, that too. So we mostly kept it to, like, you know, no one's gonna say, oh, look, open the ear and let me look in there. And yeah, it was more of like the infectious part of that you could literally hear them coughing. Or once in a while it'd be like, oh, I'm worried about this mask. Okay, well, it's 2 years old. And so like and then you look at it and it's like, put Liliasporin on that. And then if that doesn't make it go away, then okay. But it was something where they had their annual vaccines every year. We knew them personally. We talked on the phone. And some of the telemedicine, I feel like, also goes not even to diagnose a new problem, but like, okay, I have a whole week before I can get you in to talk about X, Y, and Z. And it might be like stool consistency, or, well, we were doing okay, but now we're irpy again or whatnot. Technically, that's telemedicine when we're talking about stuff and changing. So I don't want everything to always go to, I've never seen you before, but come on, I'll take your money. That's really not what I think the general population is doing. And I don't think we're diagnosing very much new. It's all, you know, some lady is recovering from surgery and can't get there, or we have a mean dog that's 200 pounds and let's just talk, let me listen to him.
That's different.
Yeah. Well, but there are so many things.
But those situations.
I know.
You're using your professional judgment though, and that's.
And my point was,
Always
those
in control.
situations were always seen in person before, and then, now we kind of, we utilize it in another manner, and, because I've always been a diehard, gotta see him, and then there's like, plus being a mixed animal practitioner, you do a lot of talking over the phone and whatnot. So it just opened eyes as to, is there some
That's what we're gonna have to
places for this
discuss
possibly?
next month.
This worked.
That-
I like it.
And I think that what I try to remind practitioners is, because we do talk about Chile, we do talk about Dutch, right? We talk about these other practices, but also remember that veterinarian for Dutch, what if they work for you doing the exact same thing? Right? Because you're allowed to have a veterinarian on your team that is doing a similar thing in that space. Does that look any differently? Right? Because we often put it to these other, these large private corporations. And that's not to say that they're not going to be in that space, but you're allowed to do it too. Right? And so what does it look like for you to have that veterinarian on your team filling that need for your patients throughout the state? Because that's also possible.
You're talking about whether we're setting a double standard. It's not okay for them to do it, but it is okay for us to do it.
Not necessarily the double standard, but don't forget that perspective, right? Because if you are allowed to, you would be allowed to do it too.
But in most cases, we've already established a relationship with that client before we've done that.
But not always.
Not always.
And so that would be like very squarely that space. So
that was all self-regulated, where like your technician or office manager would say, like, he hasn't seen that dog in 4 years.
And that's still okay to do.
Yeah.
Like none of us would look at that and say that that was okay.
Not at all.
I think Natalie ought to take a video of her child and hold it up, take a phone of it and send that to your pediatrician, and you don't have to get out of the house.
I'm trying to do that.
That happens all the time.
Real?
Yeah.
Not at my pediatrician. Every time I call, they're like, better just come in. And I'm like,
I probably have.
I know it's in your.
I get emails monthly about, hey, don't forget to use your insurance covers virtual appointments.
Absolutely.
I've never used them, but I get them
But
all the
that is
time.
one of the
I have my mom's degree, I know it.
huge arguments that the Fifth Circuit made in that Texas case, was that this happens every day across the United States with children and other incompetent persons, where other adults are speaking for the child or the incompetent patient.
I mean, I probably had a,
And it's allowed.
yeah, I wouldn't say, hopefully I'm not considered incompetent to put into that category, but like, I mean, I think I probably had a half dozen virtual visits before, because I can't physically get to my doctor's office within, you know what I mean? Like, and I think that's, and it's very explicit. We can do this, 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 this. As soon as you hit this, they can't.
Well, the doctors, I don't know what's happening, seriously. My primary care physician retired in March of 24. I see his replacement next month. And I've been, you know, I've been seeing nurse practitioners and everybody else, you know. That's how they get around it, you know, I mean, like, are they really that busy? And it goes back to.
We don't have enough hours today.
What'd you say?
That's a human health.
We try to start fixing human health care.
But
We can talk about insurance too, if you want. while we're at it.
You can also think about the technology that we've seen just in this room, where we had a veterinarian who provided through his cell phone a breathalyzer that was reported back to some agency, and it had face scanning on it that proved that it was him. True.
Or ambient listening veterinary notes, right, that are putting your medical record in and using AI to evaluate. Like, the technology is developed, and I'm not saying the technology is the fix.
Right.
But we're in a different space now, and I think we have to do an all of veterinary medicine evaluation of it.
Well, I'm not arguing that, it's just.
Can I get like a gif
Being
of?
able to.
No?
No.
Has it been that long? Okay.
Heart rate monitoring.
I read
So
it.
like.
I just didn't know what y'all were talking about.
So in other words, when I was on
You
my.
Shouldn't have
can watch-
left the room.
You can watch it online.
When I
Are you
was
talking
in the
about
military,
virtual
Like,
VCPR?
do something with the
and they would have
It
random
sounds
drug
like
tests
they
back
just
in
ship
the
them
early
like a little
seventies,
piece of
mid
doctors
seventies.
and
They'd have to come in. and Somebody would have to watch to make sure that,
I also learned there's remote.
you know, there was no kind of story there, you know, guy, he knew he was gonna plug it. so he had
Oh,
to
yeah.
make sure you understand.
They have to watch it on
And then it's like,
From a
so,
remote location, and there's one staffer who like goes and
we couldn't get.
Okay, I'm gonna get control of this. Are we, pretty much to a point where we're rounding up and finishing the VCPR for today? Okay. How about that director's report?
Who's that? That's me. Okay. As you can see, just the litigation that was filed, we had the two proposed settlement agreements that you guys heard today, and we have one cease and desist that will probably not be heard until January at the earliest. It's actually an interesting case that we need to have a settlement conference on. So I'm getting one of you guys to volunteer. It's a chiropractor, a human chiropractor, working on animals.
I think John should do that.
I thought you liked me.
You think you got paperwork to do now, you wait. You don't want me to.
I'll let you reply to this letter though.
What type of animal?
That might be
We've
fun.
been there, done the chiropractor thing a couple of times.
We have one probation withdrawal, which was today that she had to appear. Consumer complaints filed by us. I filed one unlicensed practice. We had two settlement conferences. Dr. Clemente did one, and Dr. Sunbury and Dr. Peelman did the other one. Dr. Peelman was requested to appear by the parties, and that was on Hendrickson, since she had so many questions.
The translation, I would.
Is that Rory's?
Yes.
Rory takes a lot of him.
She's still. I've done. Rory did.
Rory did.
I've had two BT&E retake interviews. They were both approved. As far as
That's great. Good job.
I haven't had any continued. Well, I got one continuing education request today, but it's on that 8 hour. I I'm gonna call it like a rapid spay course. They just want to do another one up at Purdue, and so it's the same course, just at a different location. For applications, applications pending, or new applications, and then what's been issued and what's pending, has gotten a little higher and maybe a little bit more behind because I've been doing the renewals for DVMs since July. And then we started the RVT renewals in October, early October. We had over 3,000 veterinarians active before the renewal period started. We only had 2,751 renew. We currently have 2,790 active veterinarians. So we've lost about 250. Now that number will go up today, like Dr. Fleck was taken off of the valid to practice, so his was actually renewed. So it's like, got 51 now, you know. We have a couple of those. We've had a couple of folks go inactive. We've had some where we know that their emails have been kicked back, that they haven't been receiving the notifications, but there's only like 10 of them or something like that. We did a direct email the week before. The 15th was the expiration date, so whatever that Friday was before, we sent out like an SOS from one of our emails, not from PLA, and we had probably like 100 people renew over the weekend, so that's good. We know maybe 4 folks who have passed away during the renewal cycle, but that doesn't even get us up to 100 out of those. So not sure why. We're working on gathering that data and trying to figure out if they just didn't respond and we have more people retiring than we expected.
Where they went.
Where they went.
I mean, one other likely scenario, if, you know, people that have multiple licenses, multiple states, and just said, I'm done with Indiana. My question though backwards, so you have the list of whose license have expired that did not renew. Is there a process that you look to find out if they are still practicing in Indiana? I mean, as far as like they live here, is that something that is even thought of doing, or is that just, unless someone turns somebody in because they don't have a license and they noted this? I mean,
It'd be all right. It takes 3 years for us to see it.
We may have noticed a couple people that we know that were expired, and we notified them immediately, and they were like, oh, I thought we had it till the 31st. And we said, no, and they said, okay. And they were good. That person's email was not updated. So we may get a handful of people reviewing by the end of the month, thinking that they have until the 31st for some reason. We've been able to, with the reports that we have and with someone who's very good with Excel spreadsheets and data, input a lot of information into one spreadsheet from different reports that we can pull through the PLA. And so we are going to look and see when these people were issued their license. If it was 2023, then maybe we can try to reach out to them and say, hey, your email address isn't getting anywhere, but your home address still says you live in Indiana. Like, do you know you're expired? But if you graduated in or issued your license in the 1960s, you probably don't want your license anymore.
Usually an association.
I bring this up,
That's your
something
biggest
similar.
drop for renewal is emails.
Sorry, what?
Usually an association, like, I'm sure Lisa could talk about it, but our biggest, like in NAFTA, our biggest drop in renewal was just lapsed like emails. So it's a big factor.
Well, we've had a couple
Especially
veterinarians
when
who
you're
got mad
first
because we find them. We use the same email that they get all the other stuff from. But the other thing is the number of veterinarians licensed in the state of Indiana, when you get to the AVMA House of Delegates, that is a weighted vote that we get. And it used to be our vote was worth 14 because of, I don't know what algorithm they used. But if we keep losing veterinarians, we may be losing strength in the AVMA House of Delegates, which is, they vote on things. So I probably ought to get a hold of Tony Rumschlag, who's our delegate. He may not even be licensed in the state. That'd be something funny.
When I started a year ago, we had probably around 2,800 veterinarians, maybe a little closer to 29. So it's kind of balanced back out to where it was like a year ago. But those notices that get sent out through PLA could get caught, they really truly can get caught up in junk mail. I know Yahoo, SBS, the Global, like, I don't know if I would have approached it the way that it was approached previously. If we have a bunch of folks coming back and saying, I never got it, I think we would be sending out letters or calling before that. We also, those same emails go out for receipts for renewals. And I've gotten a few emails that like, hey, I'm not getting my receipt and I can see it in the system, so I'm emailing them out to them, even though they're supposed to be auto-generated. Now, it will take up to 48 hours for them to actually be batched and emailed out, but they're not getting them. So it happens. Like I said, Jared, one of our communications folks, just sent out the email straight from his email, and we had probably 100 people over that weekend read it. So
we're trying really hard to take a scalpel approach. The scalpel approach to these notifications, as opposed to continuing to email every veterinarian and it might not apply to them. It just takes it is not incredibly straightforward for us to peel those vets that have already renewed away and go in and go get the emails for those vets that haven't renewed and pull that out of the system. So that's what we're doing, but that's a different process. Most every notification we do is to everyone, right? Everyone all the time. And so trying to take that scalpel approach as opposed to the sledgehammer approach of notifications.
And the vet board bulletins that get sent out quarterly with all of the reminders and updates and that, people can opt out of those, they can unsubscribe to them. And so if they're doing that, they're also not getting our email saying, hey, renew. So
if they opt out of the vet board newsletter or whatever, they're also taking themselves off the list for renewal.
no, because I think those are done by PLA, and I think that they cannot opt out of that because it's a legal notice. So I mean, hopefully we have that hopefully they're still subscribed to their IVMA subscription, because we put a lot of the same information, send a lot of that to Lisa to put in there too, to make sure we can reach the people who read that and not ours, and vice versa. So as far as my supplemental goes, I don't have it here for some reason. The AAVSB delegate assembly, you have in your packet a breakdown of the voting on there for the amendments to the bylaws and the model regulations. It was kind of a wild experience. For me, I was just sitting next to somebody from Kansas, and Dr. Shipman and Dr. Sunbury and Ashley were at a table behind me. They weren't allowed up where I was, so.
We can see them.
Yeah, we can communicate. At one point, one of the moderators came over to me. I thought I was gonna get in trouble because I was just like, I was texting. And she just wanted to tell me she liked my suit jacket. So I was like, oh no.
Where's ASB gonna be next year?
Well, in Providence, Rhode Island.
Where?
Providence, Rhode Island.
I've never been to Rhode Island.
Is it time I go?
That whole,
We should all have a board field trip.
Brittany did that whole thing with Kentucky come back up again.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Real strong.
That was fun, wasn't it?
Yeah. They got a lot of what they needed.
Kentucky did.
Don't see your license quicker.
Didn't that young lady that represented the Kentucky board just get voted into some kind of AVMA office?
The president-elect.
President-elect. Dr. Quammen.
So what you're really saying is.
And an
all this-
Indiana licensed practitioner.
She licensed here too.
Yeah, like 5 states.
Yeah, and practices.
So the whole Kentucky thing came back up again.
Oh, it did.
That delay everything
Yes.
another 2 hours.
No.
No, they
About
stopped
an
it.
hour.
Yeah, probably, yeah. They didn't go into executive session.
Because we went into executive session.
I remember that. They thought I was with NAFTA. Mr. Jim Penrose was like, Ash, you can't be here. I was like, check the name tag, Jim.
But yeah.
State board member.
Because that was quite the deal.
Yeah. So some things came back up, and they were, I think Kentucky was okay with what they got at the end of the day.
Yeah,
But that,
updated language
but
in the
that,
bylaw.
that director from Kentucky probably didn't get her position back.
No. And she was the one who was the voting member and had several resolutions that she proposed to the board
That were
for
passed.
the member boards to consider that were passed.
Now she's done. But she still represents Kentucky though,
Oh, she's the director of their
Of
board.
their board.
of their Kentucky.
Yeah.
Quammen wasn't the director.
No.
She's just a board.
I think the challenge that made, I mean, the drama was high. It should have been a sitcom.
The atmosphere.
Yeah. I think the challenge is that the AAVSD Board of Directors actually, and it's kind of interesting to see this, actually came out on several of these resolutions in like strong opposition against them. And then the member boards completely went the opposite direction, voted them into place. So the Board of Directors went one way, and the member boards, the delegate body, went the complete opposite direction on several resolutions. So to watch that occur was, to me, it kind of shows, does the Board of Directors have a good sense of where the member boards are, right? If they're voting so strongly against them, and then the member boards are going the other direction.
Because they only gave that Kentucky director, the meeting I was at the year before, they gave her 3 minutes to talk and then cut her off.
Yeah.
Which I didn't think was right.
They also started, and this got amended in the meeting, they were started by resolutions were going to be passed by a standing vote. And members had to physically stand up to cast their vote. They did get that changed, but they had to amend the operating rules of the meeting to change that to using the electronic system that they actually have in place, as opposed to a standing vote.
So we all had to be,
Which is what
we all
they
had to be
told
trained.
us.
Yeah,
They
we all
trained
we all
on
had to
it.
be trained on it ahead of time, even though, just in case, I was alternate, but we had training on the electronic voting, and then you get there and they're like, oh, we're not gonna use it.
And last year, did you do all electronic voting?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Kentucky told us.
You'd be proud of me, I didn't need any help.
He stood up, he was like, I'm new here and this is bogus. He basically, that's what he
It's because
said.
Lisa wasn't there to tell me that.
He was like, this is tomfoolery here.
I think,
I was like,
I think you put all this together, that you're talking about the technology, how things are changing. It's good and it's bad. It's gonna change and we can't do anything about it. I mean, it has changed. We need to figure out how to embrace it in everything we do, and even this BCPR crap. It's.
I'm glad you're embracing it.
Just in
We're
advance
done.
notice where we're going.
No,
Just a
I
heads
mean,
up.
Hey, who's looking forward to November?
I am, no, it's,
Just so you know.
it is a change. It's like I told the IVMA auxiliary back when they had one, when I was president of IVMA, they were all complaining because we had all these women getting into the profession.
those
How
women.
And I
dare they.
said, deal with it, you know? It's happening, there's nothing you do about it, deal with it, embrace it. I actually said that, I know you think that's crazy, but it's change, and you have to go with it, you
You
know?
know this is recorded, right?
I don't give a rap.
I don't want my tab. I'm gonna make t-shirts that say deal with it. But speaking of, I do have other stuff to do.
I
Sorry.
can't control this group. I lost that a long time ago.
I'm not gonna go over this, but just so you, if you haven't seen it already in my report, I have a breakdown of the proposed amendments and bylaws, and the outcome of everything, and for all of the proposed resolutions and, all that stuff. There's also the 2025 ICV, one thing for AAVSB is the 2026 annual meeting and conference is September 22nd through 26th of next year in Providence, Rhode Island. The 2025 ICVA report is attached for your review later. 2026 proposed meeting dates, January 29th, April 23rd, July 30th, and October 29th. And I haven't heard from anybody that those don't work, so.
I would like the April 23rd, if it could be a day later, I'd be happier with me. I got serious problems, you know, well, I know, but I'm not
And
giving
that's
up,
different
I'm
from
not
all the
giving
other
up my vacation in Daytona Beach, come back a day early just to be here. Are we-
Do it a whole week
virtual?
later.
Yeah, we do a week
Well,
later.
that's fine.
Embrace it.
Deal with it.
You're reading more into this than that was the only date, the April date that.
Those dates work for you then.
All right, well,
I updated, oh, sorry. So I'll get my license. Can we go the week after, or do we have to go earlier?
Can we go to, how about the 2nd of April?
no,
That's 3 weeks away. How about May the 7th?
We cannot.
no, we can't go that far back.
What's the rule? I don't know what the rule.
When are you coming back?
I'm gonna be gone the 7th. I typically would get back on the 23rd.
Okay,
Man,
so what's the
It's a
week
long
after?
getaway.
it's a long
What's
vacation.
the 30th? We can't do the 30th.
Well, I'd have to change the medical. Hell, when you get old, you go to the doctor all the time, and you know, if I cancel that thing, it'll be 6 months before they see me.
Does it have to be on Thursday? We can make one, right? It doesn't matter what day. Some of them have surgery, which I think is why we landed on Thursdays, because aren't you all on surgery?
We also only
Oh,
need
yeah,
4
yeah.
people here to do business. So if the 30th also doesn't work for you. I don't
We
know
have
if
a
it'll-
quorum, if everyone else can do it.
Yeah, we only need 4.
I don't.
7.
We're in
We were
good
so
shape.
low there for a while, I was like, we all
If
had to.
everybody else
We were
is
down
good,
and we're gonna do it
Yeah.
without and just keep it where it is.
That's all right with me if that's the way you want to be.
Well, no, that's just what you said. I would miss you. I might be the only one.
Or I could pull it up on my phone as I'm driving home.
You're here. Let Barb drive. while
Yeah,
you're-
one time.
She ain't driving, trust me.
But you should be on the phone.
Especially when if we're discussing VCPR.
You can do whatever, that's the only one that gets.
He's even on the 7th, can we do on April 2nd, or is that?
For Good Friday.
Yeah. And we might have other issues with spring breaks.
Other people going to college in Florida, spring break lasts a long time when you live there.
So, You like partying on the beach with the spring breakers on Daytona Beach?
You know.
Bikers. I do this for my wife, don't get me wrong, you know. She thinks I don't do anything for her, but.
I will go to Florida with you, honey.
And then the only other thing is that 2026 RVT renewal deadline is January 1st.
What are RBT numbers? It was like 1,900 something.
It's 1,919 right now.
Oh, I was gonna say that.
And I will say that I had to talk to a lot of veterinarians on the phone and explain. I had to do a lot of talking to veterinarians on how to use a computer. RVTs,
Not so much.
not so much.
Are you talking
I
about
love them.
renewing? Are you talking about renewing?
Yes.
Yeah, I heard from one of them and he said she helped me.
I
You
did.
know who I'm talking about.
We should charge by the minute.
NP?
And I told, what I told him, I said, hey, we renewed right here, and I had, 3 of you helping us. It wasn't easy, I'm
Me
sorry.
too.
You know,
They were all very appreciative. And
I didn't leave here last night. I thought you guys.
it's just, in 2027, we are not having a meeting the week after DVM renewals. And I'm also taking PTO the entire month of October 2027, also good luck. Because there will be a new platform next time. Most likely.
Licensing platform. Because this one was a Band-Aid this year.
Terminal,
Yeah,
yeah.
terminal.
Can you help
They're
me
getting
download my
money.
boarding passes? for
No.
As long
I
as
draw
I
the
can
line.
do it here when I got 2 or 3
Is
days.
your report completed?
You can do office hours.
Just curious.
I get them on your phone.
Dr. Shipman?
That's what-
Absolutely. So I had a few high points and the Board of Animal Health, one of them being the topic of New World screwworm. So that's been on a lot of folks' radar. So New World screwworm, if you're not aware, has been detected within 70 miles of our southern border in Mexico. So that is a major concern for the U.S. and U.S. agriculture. The impact of New World screwworm in the U.S., they estimate that it could have around $100 billion impact to our livestock industries if there was to be an incursion. So a lot of attention at both the state and federal level has been put into that. Attention also means money. So Secretary Rollins at the USDA has put forth a 5-pronged approach, one of them being to support a sterile fly breeding facility in Texas. So these flies, the New World screwworm fly only breeds once in its life cycle. So if you put sterile males out, the mating is unsuccessful, and you can limit the propagation of these flies in an environment. And so there is currently a facility in Panama. That facility can produce 100 million flies a week. All of those flies now are being redirected up to Mexico. They are spread by planes, generally speaking. The facility in Texas is proposed to put out 300 million flies a week of domestic production. They've also invested in a facility in Mexico to do another, I think it's 50 to 100 million flies a week there. The facility in Texas is estimated to cost around $750 million to get built. They're looking to put it on an Air Force base there in the southernmost part of Texas to facilitate that dispersal. What we are seeing, there's also been a recent finding in Mexico of within about 150 miles of the border. The good news there is when they did find it on a cow, it was from an animal that recently moved from an area that is more endemic with the fly, and the larvae that were on the cow were found to be actively dying. So 2 highlights to that is that 1, the inspection process was in place that they were able to identify it when it was present. It was the only animal in that lot of animals that was impacted. And second, they are now doing pre-movement treatments of animals, and so the treatment was also found to be effective because the larvae were actively dying. So that 2 kind of glimmers of hope there that it was both detected and that they were not able to reproduce. So, in the life cycle was interrupted. It's one of those where Indiana is definitely at risk, but we're not the highest risk state, right? So the larva cannot overwinter here. So that is definitely in our favor. It can only overwinter in the southernmost portions of Texas and Florida, generally speaking. And so it does not survive in a soil temperature below 46 degrees. So that's good news. However, that doesn't mean we're not completely out of the woods, because it can move on animals. There has been a human case in the US that was brought in on a traveler from a country that does have New World screwworm. The Wildlife Services folks in Maryland surveyed the area. They trapped flies in and around that detection, I think upwards of 6 weeks, to confirm that it was localized to the wound, which is what we anticipated, and they had not fallen off. They do require, the pupa require going into the ground within their life cycle before they hatch back out as flies. So there is always going to be a human component to this, to screwworm. In Central America, Mexico, over 500 human cases so far. Put that into, the perception or perspective rather, it was around 46,000 animal cases. So it is a big deal. It's something that's on our radar. We're actively working here at BOA to understand if there was an incursion into the US, what restrictions we may put on animals that originate from those states, or even more down to those infested zones. So that's something that we're keeping an eye on. There's also a wildlife component. So these flies and these screwworms don't really discriminate on the species.
Do the flies, do they attack mostly the head and ears, or are they all over or wherever?
Generally wounds. They like fresh tissue. That is their preference, and they go for wounds. But umbilicus is not uncommon, right? We also can see it when deer are shedding their antlers. There's enough wound there. But the wound can be as small as a tick bite, right? So, I mean, it's not a big wound. I mean, it can be quite small. So we're evaluating that. They are named what they are because they screw into live tissue, right? So they make the wound bigger. It attracts more flies. Those more flies lie more pupa, larvae, then it goes through that life cycle process, right? So
treating them before they get here is easier than trying to detect them on them. That'd be impossible.
Correct. Okay. FDA has allowed emergency use authorization in the US because currently there is no product that's on label for New World screwworm in the US. So they have approved one ivermectin type product and are actively reviewing those to get them to allow them for emergency use. They can still do them as extra label use. The challenge we have is we're dealing predominantly with food animals, and so understanding the withdrawal times so that we don't impact the slaughter channels and the meat residues in these animals. So kind of putting that all together. I should also clarify the borders with Mexico for livestock movement have and remain closed. So cattle are not allowed to enter from Mexico or horses into the US, which is a big deal. We receive a lot of cattle from Mexico and feed them out and slaughter them in the US, not Indiana, the country. Yeah. So Texas takes a lot of cattle and feeds them out. The other thing I will hit briefly is avian influenza is back. We did actually have some reprieve from avian influenza this past summer. However, since earlier this month, we have had 6 detections here in Indiana, 5 in duck flocks, 1 in a organic egg laying operation. So that is something we are keeping top of mind with a lot of folks working on that. This migration seems to be occurring about 8 weeks early. So that's unfortunate. Typically, if we're going to see an avian influenza case, we're going to see them in January. So Minnesota is getting hit pretty hard. The last time I checked, they hit over 17 cases. So that's a concern. We are still seeing clinical signs, which is helpful. That's how we recognize this virus in poultry. But that's always a challenge, and the density of where it's at right now is of highest priority. So it's up in Elkhart in LaGrange County. Those are some of our most poultry dense areas that we have in the state. Right now we're dealing with, within a control area that's 6.2 miles, circle around the positive farm, we have 260 commercial poultry operations within 6.2 mile radius. Our most dense area in the state is just a few miles away from that, where we have 304 commercial poultry operations within 6.2 miles. So that's what makes it challenging. It's not densest in the number of birds, but it's definitely densest in the number of farms. These are generally smaller farms with fewer birds, but it's of concern. We continue surveillance on the dairy farms. So we do monthly testing. This is tanker testing at the silo level of our tankers in Indiana. Those remain to be negative for influenza in our milk. We also test dairies around positive poultry sites to ensure there's no spillover between species. And those dairies continue to test negative around our positive poultry sites.
Are they working more with vaccine now?
No.
That's
Yeah. I was talking to him before. Tell him
the trade-off.
The trade-off. Well, I know that it's about our international.
So it's about international trade, and right now the big concern is, one of the concerns, there's lots, is that if you look at the value of the international trade, that value is more than the cost we've spent thus far depopulating birds. So the cost of international trade, if we vaccinated, we would lose that market and access to that market. That's about $5 billion annually, predominantly in broiler chickens in Georgia. Then our cost so far since 2022 responding has been about 1.5 billion for the entire country. So 5 billion annually, 1.5 billion. I'm not saying that's the right answer or the scientific or the veterinary answer. That is the geopolitical trade answer currently.
Where did these birds go?
That we're depopulating?
Well, the ones that go international.
Go south.
No, they predominantly go to our Asian markets.
Yeah.
Yeah. They high value for chicken feet. It's a really, really high value item because it's a zero value item basically in the US. And so that's value added by them sending it abroad. So they have
the whole China tariff thing, isn't that going to affect it too?
I think they really like our chicken.
American chicken.
So
Do you just send them the feet or do you send the whole chicken?
I think they just send the feet. That's not to say they never send the whole chicken. They absolutely different products, but that is a very specialized product for them.
A lot more.
Paws, chicken paws is what they call them. Yeah.
They also get to keep the rest of the chicken.
Usually. That's not to say we wouldn't export it other so. So poultry in Indiana, I mean, we export a decent amount to Mexico. That's generally going to be dark meat, goes to Mexico, turkey usually. But yeah, I mean, there's products going all over the place. We do export some egg, but yeah, the broiler industry, but especially that chicken paw commodity is a really big deal for them. Really big.
So they won't take our corn and soybeans, but they'll take the chicken feed.
They seem to figure it out somehow, and there's some other oddities, right? Like, for example, when they're slaughtering ducks, one of the highest valued items in a duck is the tongue. So that's also a delicacy, right? So that's someone's job as well. They also there's a certain feather on them, right? Like that feather is it's curved a certain way for badminton. So they go after a particular feather that's curved a certain way. So there's all these specialized, they find these added values, right? So they can just bump up, that total amount they can get returned on per duck. And so clearly per pound takes a lot of tongues to get it. It has value. So
back to one of the political things going on is the Venezuelan beef, the screwworm. I know Trump was talking about.
Are we done?
The chairman has
Well,
to.
now I have to go to a PTA conference since we're done. Maybe I'll just hide out.
Are you finished?
Corner, make a husband.
We are adjourned.